What's important to you? Knowledge? Building your skills? Working relationships? Our purpose is connecting people to experiences that enrich their lives, thousands of customers, serving millions of consumers.
Innovation helps us stay ahead and future-proof all the solutions we release as a company. Everything Milestone has done for the last 15 years is aligned towards entity search.
Milestone helps businesses create, organize, and amplify their digital information. We make information more accurate, consistent, and visible, and help our customers be everywhere their customers are.
Setting services, CXO events, and strategic consulting with onshore and offshore capabilities. With presence across the Americas, Europe, UK, and APAC, we have been industry leaders for over a decade now, formulating demand generation strategies for next generation services. Being a customer-centric has always been our main focus over the years. In fact, 70% of our business comes from repeat clients. We actually work with almost all top ITS companies in the world. Apart from that, since 2021, we have partnered with ZoomInfo as an exclusive authorized seller of its sales intelligence products in India and East Asia market. We are so excited to be associated with TiE as a sponsor, and we look forward to meeting you all at the event.
It's time to build a better alcohol business. Whether you operate one location or 1,000, all alcohol retailers have the same common goals: control costs, build margins, grow profits, and protect your investment. For nearly 3 decades, FinTech has made this possible for hundreds of thousands of retailers nationwide. FinTech's fully integrated platform empowers you to operate more efficiently through easy alcohol ordering from any device, automated alcohol invoice processing and nationwide regulatory compliance, digital invoice management and system integration, and custom reports built with your actionable purchase data. It's time to eliminate the increased cost and frustration that comes from managing your business manually. FinTech simplifies the alcohol management process at every step so you can focus on what matters most. Control costs, build margins, grow profits. Protect your investment with FinTech, the one-source solution for your beverage alcohol business.
If ever there was a time to think ahead, it's now. Here in a city that's fully invested in the future, you'll find a sandbox for the inventive, a launchpad for the adventurous, a canvas for the creative. Welcome to a dynamic city that's ready to scale new heights with you. Welcome to Hong Kong, a world of opportunities.
Hello, I'm Priya Abani, CEO of AliveCore. Our vision at AliveCore is very simply to become the 24/7 virtual cardiologist for patients at those times when they're not in front of their physician. The unfortunate truth is that today, in engineering terms, the heart is a single point of failure, off the network and completely unmonitored. Our solution is CardioMobile, the world's first personal ECG. For the first time, we allow patients to take an FDA-cleared medical-grade ECG anytime, anywhere. No electrodes and no patches. And just as importantly, we not only record these ECGs, but our algorithms are able to make instant determinations as to what that ECG is telling you about your own heart health. Today, we're able to tell patients with a very high degree of accuracy that they have one of 6 of the most common heart arrhythmias. And just as important, we're able to tell them that their heart rhythm is normal, giving people enormous peace of mind. The past year has shown us that there's a strong desire among both patients and providers for healthcare empowerment and remote care. And convenience of a portable ECG using unmatched clinical validation, the most sophisticated AI technology, innovative services, clinician oversight, and more, all wrapped up in a device that fits in your pocket. We say that we are the heart of remote medicine, and it's our ambition to be just that.
I would say that we are uniquely positioned. If someone wants to learn networking, someone wants to make a meaningful impact into the big networking business of Cisco, Next is the place to be.
Hello everyone, I'm Navneet Chugh, Managing Partner at the Chugh Firm. We're a law firm and as well as a CPA firm. We started the law firm in 1992 and the CPA firm in 1985. We have 4 pillars, corporate, tax, litigation and immigration, and we do 15 other areas of law for businesses. And for individuals, we do criminal work, bankruptcy, and divorce. We have 300 employees with 114 lawyers and CPAs in 10 offices. And we believe in the 4 A's, being affordable, being able, being affable, and being available. We're proud of our 4 pillars. Our corporate department has done billions of dollars of M&A transactions. Our immigration department is one of the largest immigration service providers in the country. Our tax department files 4,000 plus tax returns every year. And our litigation department is very successful in its outcome for clients, almost 100% success rate for our clients. Every professional service business needs good clients and good employees, and we are very lucky that we have wonderful clients and wonderful employees. And as a business, we live by certain rules. First of all, integrity and ethics is our first rule. Second, we spend our clients' money as if it's ours. Third, we return our phone calls and emails in the same day or within 24 hours. Any legal, tax, or immigration issues ever, please call us or email us for a free consultation. Thank you.
In today's hyper-connected world, customers want their communication with businesses to be interactive, responsive, and personalized. But digital channels like websites and mobile apps are limited in their ability to meaningfully engage with customers. In mobile-first countries, for the bulk of the traffic that comes from mobile devices, websites don't render as well on mobile screens. And mobile apps work well only for the top brands because consumers don't like to download too many apps. Instead, businesses need to be where their customers are today, on messaging apps, and to converse with them naturally, like a friend or family member would. GupShup is transforming business to customer engagement through the power of conversations. We are enabling billions of AI-powered messaging and voice-based conversations that are convenient, personalized, and at scale for business workflows across marketing, commerce, and support. Across every industry and geography, in every language, and on every mobile device, so that your business can talk to a customer one-on-one with every single one of them. GupShup, one-on-one with everyone.
I'm 82 years old, and I've been waiting for the future my entire life. But do you know what? The future never happens. It never has and it never will, because it changes. It changes all the time. It changes with every idea, with every thought, with everything. The future never comes. Just an instant before it does, it is transformed into the present, the eternal present that we live in. The present that we imagined as the future is transformed into reality. in order that we live longer and better. Because that's what it's all about, right? And when this happens, the future will be different.
Hi, thanks for watching. I'm Kazu Murata from NTT Data. I'm managing this partnership program with TiE to identify best startups who can collaborate with us. NTT Data is a leading IT service provider headquartered in Tokyo with business operations in more than 50 countries. We are looking for companies who have been working on leading-edge technologies for industry-agnostic core IT areas such as cloud platform, IT operation, cybersecurity, data analytics, blockchain, machine learning, deep learning, NLP, computer vision, and so on and so forth. These could be innovative product companies or could be IT service companies which has outstanding capabilities. This collaboration will offer selected startups a platform to open new markets and explore scale-up opportunities by accessing NTT Data's global customer base. Over the last 12 months, we had approx 200 startups which applied to this program, and we have started working with some of them with very good customer opportunities. So welcoming you all to participate and co-op with us to create win-win opportunities.
Every second of every day, customers all over the world log in to shop, bank, and pay from multiple devices in multiple locations. Any organization managing these transactions must keep up with fast-moving customer expectations. It must also defend against equally fast-moving digital fraud. But when you put security first, you risk slowing down and losing authentic customers. And when you put customer convenience first, you risk major fraud losses. What you need is the power to do both, deliver seamless customer experiences, and stop fraud before it happens. What you need is Outseer. Through a unique combination of identity-based science with transactional data amassed from a global contributory network, you gain the ability to recognize authentic customers quickly and the foresight to stop fraud before transactions even happen. Every year, Outseer secures over 18 billion global customer transactions. And with our expertise and leadership in your corner, you can count on fewer false positives, lower operational costs, and more happy customers. Give yourself the power to see beyond.
Without a secure perimeter, how can you trust anybody? Simple, you can't. But you can always establish trust by taking a zero-trust approach to access. Identity is a big part of it, with multi-factor authentication to prove people are who they say they are, wherever they are. Risk-based authentication to automate access decisions based on the level of access risk. And identity governance to know who has access to your resources and what they're allowed to do with them. Zero Trust isn't just about identity, but identity is a good place to start. And so is Secure ID, the trusted identity platform for Zero Trust.
Does your business need help taking the next step? Tap into the know-how of a community of financial experts, founders, investors, and industry leaders that's been growing strong for over 35 years. Silicon Valley Bank, built for what's next.
For over 30 years, you've connected to your family history with Ancestry. Our expansive record collections and growing network of family trees have helped our members make billions of meaningful connections. Those are more than names and dates. their relatives, homes, hardships, and triumphs that all become part of the rich stories we share. And while you're connecting to your family, we're working to make your discoveries easier and more rewarding. We're evolving how DNA shows who you're connected to. We're simplifying the ways you keep track of family, old and new. And we're helping to fuel your breakthroughs by always listening to you, improving everything we do to serve you better, because your family's story has always been our priority. Imagine what's possible when we connect it all together.
Fraud is more lucrative than ever before. Attackers are able to launch attacks at scale while keeping costs low. Businesses must work tirelessly to distinguish good users from bad while maintaining a seamless user experience. This is where Arcos Labs comes in. Our mission is to create greater trust online by undermining the profitability of fraud and abuse. Using real-time risk assessments, the platform segments traffic based on its risk profile. Good users pass through freely. Suspicious traffic is met with adaptive friction that roots out attacks. Interactive challenges stop even the most advanced of bots. Meanwhile, human fraudsters are increasingly frustrated until they abandon attacks. A continuous feedback loop between risk assessments and challenge interaction data continuously refines the effectiveness of the platform. With intelligence shared across the Arcos global network, improve user experience for true users and stamp out abuse on your digital platforms with long-term protection from Arcos Labs that bankrupts the business model of fraud.
Adversaries have more tools at their disposal than ever before. Supported by technology and unrestricted by business processes, they adapt faster than fraud solutions. Darwinium was built to shift the balance back in favor of businesses, putting the power of team at the heart of digital risk, helping you better protect your customers. Our platform joins the dots between fraud, abuse, and account protection so that business users, developers, analysts, and data scientists can work together with greater agility and better control. Understand trust and risk based on complete customer journeys, not point-in-time interactions. Make faster decisions closer to the data, at the edge, on device, or in your virtual private cloud. Tailor digital experiences in real time. Remove friction for good users, add friction for high-risk transactions, and dynamically inject step-ups for further assurance. Darwinium is digital risk evolved. Darwinium.com.
There's more healthcare data available than ever before, along with more apps, tech startups, and spend. But instead of working together to improve patient care, these pieces remain as disconnected parts of a digital puzzle. Healthcare needs a new infrastructure to unlock the investments made in siloed systems. And that solution is the Innovaser Health Cloud, a collection of cloud-based products and services that improves outcomes and accelerates innovation. The Innovaser Health Cloud is powered by the Data Activation Platform, which ingests, aggregates, and normalizes healthcare data across systems and settings. This data is put to use with intelligent, flexible applications, providing analytics and insights to improve outcomes for payers, providers, and patients at all stages of care. But healthcare is always changing, and that's why Innovaser's Developer Toolkit helps users develop their own solutions with a suite of configurable tools. It's time for the pieces of the digital healthcare landscape to work together. Experience the platform that's powering the future of health at Innovaser.com.
I think they're changed for life. For some reason, I feel like what we are doing is, I think we're doing something right here. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but something seems to energize them like crazy. They go back with a mission to first of all be extremely useful in the community and be actually change makers in the community. But now I think they're learning how to. First 2-3 days people don't understand exactly what it is that we are trying to achieve, but it is a constructivist learning approach for all of us, and we are creating this fellowship as we go along. When you have scarcity actually in your own life, how do you understand sort of the zeitgeist or the meaning of abundance and really put it in your own practice? It's crucial to do that. I think one of the key criteria that we use in picking fellows is that they should be coming from fairly modest backgrounds, yet they have had the attitude of caring for their community, and they have taken it upon themselves to problem solve. And that, I think, for us is a big thing. So if they're already showing that, even when they don't have resources, imagine what they'll do if they had resources. In the noise of the South Asian system, where there is too much noise, lot of stuff going on, a lot of people don't have the confidence that they're doing the right thing. Sometimes coming here and having somebody who's been there, done that, like the TiEcon mentors, myself and a bunch of other mentors we met at Open. I think to have more senior mentors come to them and say, oh, that's a great idea, let's give it a try. I think that alone is a big, shot in the arm. Just to know that they're on the right track, that's a huge thing, right? So being validated when they visit outside is a big thing. I think that's what I see. I see them really being change makers in their own communities, and we don't have any expectations about what exactly they'll be doing, but this is our 6th year now, and they have way surpassed our expectations, all of them. So it's just it's a blessing to see this happening, and it's also benefiting the fellowship actually and the foundation in tangible ways, because everybody is helping everybody else. It has become a tight community now. It's become like a little family now.
There's no one cloud that fits all. The cloud you use to drive innovation and development isn't always the one you use to bring products to market. The cloud you rely on to launch bold new ideas isn't always the one you depend on to deploy critical services. While some public applications require clouds that are completely private, other individual services demand a scale that only public clouds can achieve. And sometimes the power of a hybrid approach is best seen for reasons that transcend enterprise tech. That's why we believe the software that runs on one cloud should run on all of them. That's why our code is open.
Conversations, billions of them. Text, chat, calls, video. Conversations, all overflowing with valuable data that's being missed. Conversations are your company's greatest asset. How do you capture their value and deliver superior experiences? Unifor is driving better conversations across the enterprise, transforming customer service and sales, enhancing every customer interaction in our virtual-first world, delivering a more effective sales experience, a streamlined employee experience, a better customer experience. All with AI, automation, computer vision, and tonal emotion. So every conversation is truly heard, seen, and understood. Unlock your company's potential. Make every conversation count.
India is at the center of a dramatic digital transformation.
and WhatsApp is committed to being India's digital ally. WhatsApp connects over 400 million Indians every single day, ensuring their chats are private and secure through end-to-end encryption technology. Simple to use and multilingual, WhatsApp takes away any technological inhibitions and seamlessly democratizes digital access across generations, literacy levels, and socio-economic strata. Innovative solutions like the WhatsApp Business app is often the first digital gateway for millions of small businesses like Kirana stores, helping them replicate their physical stores online. Features like quick replies, labels, and catalogs help them service their customers more conveniently and efficiently. The WhatsApp Business platform, on the other hand, through the sheer power of being a versatile API, helps enterprises create custom solutions to service customers at scale. During the pandemic, WhatsApp built several custom solutions on the API, supporting civic bodies along with the central and state governments. For example, the MyGov Help Desk has helped millions of Indians access authentic COVID-related information and resources, book vaccination slots, and download their vaccine certificates. Adding innovative use cases like DigiLocker to the MyGov chatbot, now people can even download their PAN card, driving license, and much more on the same MyGov Help Desk WhatsApp chatbot. Sending money over WhatsApp is now as simple as sending a photo. Built on India's UPI, WhatsApp is helping to promote India's agenda of financial inclusion with an aim to onboard the next 500 million Indians to the digital payments ecosystem. Features like communities on WhatsApp will soon help us organize our WhatsApp groups better.
Community feature on WhatsApp can help us consolidate agriculture groups across different states, artisan groups across different states, so that they overcome the challenges. As our members say, we shall overcome someday.
With our users at the heart of everything we do, WhatsApp continues to persevere on its path to innovation, creating new templates for India and the world.
To thrive in the world of tomorrow, organizations need a different kind of leader. A leader with a vision to shape what's next, to redefine possible and improve the way the world is led. It takes a different kind of partner to realize that vision. A partner who puts your organization first and takes on your goals and challenges, who brings a diversity of global perspectives, powering relevant, focused solutions. A partner who shows up every time and pushes you to unlock your best, so you can realize your boldest ambitions and create the kind of impact the world needs. Different starts here. Experience the world from our vantage point. Cut through uncertainty with our expertise. Challenge assumptions with our insights. Person by person, we help you kickstart tomorrow. With future-ready boards that push firms to build lasting impact. Sustainable leaders who set purpose-driven growth in motion, and inclusive cultures that reflect the world we live in and make it better. Together, we set progress in motion and redefine what the future looks like. For you, for your people, for the world. We are Russell Reynolds Associates.
Do you wish realizing your cloud mandate was as simple as a wave of the hand? You know there's more to it, but it doesn't have to come from lost nights and weekends. It comes from an IT partner with a proven track record of helping businesses make the impossible possible. So you can spot the extraordinary in everything. Behind your airline, we make cloud orchestration as powerful as it is simple. We run your infrastructure on a software platform that just works. Your IT managers get the runway they need to scale without compromise. And your customers can jet set anywhere their hearts desire, safely and on time. Behind your customer's ride, our software makes complex cloud management a thing of the past. With more time on hand, your IT admins can stay focused on things that matter.
like ensuring the best gear in the world gets to market. Behind your bank, there's a future-proof cloud platform that allows you to seamlessly move apps and workloads between clouds, freeing your developers to build secure, innovative apps that your customers can bank on. We simplified legacy infrastructure and made it invisible. And now we're doing the same for cloud complexity, so you can focus on the magic you create. Because what we do is invisible. What you do isn't. Cloud. On your terms. Nutanix.
Hit it! That's what I'm talking about. Wait!
Okay, now, from the beginning.
Zendesk is a software company that was started in 2007 by these guys. And this is how big the company is now. That is like 1,000% increase or something. Zendesk builds business software for customer engagement. That does not sound very cool, but Zendesk is making it cool by making it better.
Excuse me, what are you doing?
Just working.
How's it going to customer service? Actually having a little trouble with the technology here. That looks nice. Downloading your account history now.
Thanks for calling, Mom and Dad.
Hi. Can I just confirm your 16-digit account number, your date of birth, and my maiden name?
You know, I'm going to put you on hold for just 1 sec.
That's when I got Zendesk for my customer service.
However customers reach out to you, email, phone, messenger, chat, Zendesk integrates it all. You have what's called an omni-channel solution.
Is it difficult to add chat and message to our Zendesk account? No.
It's kind of like a secret recipe for offering better integrated customer service more efficiently without compromise. But we just call it Zendesk.
AWS provides every developer and data scientist the broadest and deepest set of machine learning services on the most comprehensive cloud platform, enabling them to create impactful solutions faster. Developers can quickly add intelligence to applications without needing machine learning expertise, using pre-trained AI services to do things such as create more intelligent contact centers, improve demand forecasting, detect fraud, personalize the consumer experience, and more. For machine learning practitioners and data scientists who want to build, train, and deploy models, Amazon SageMaker offers complete access, control, and visibility into each step required. SageMaker provides all the tools needed for machine learning, including the first fully integrated development environment, so models get to production faster with less effort and at a lower cost. With SageMaker, customers achieve up to 10 times improvement in data science team productivity and 54% lower TCO compared to other cloud platforms. AWS is framework agnostic, empowering expert practitioners to use the deep learning framework of their choice, either as a managed experience in SageMaker or pre-configured AWS deep learning AMIs. For those who want to learn machine learning, educational devices such as AWS Deep Racer, Deep Composer, and Deep Lens are designed to teach the fundamentals of machine learning in fun and practical ways. Join the tens of thousands of customers who already choose AWS for machine learning.
Ready to watch? You ready now? Get ready? Get yourself ready. You ready to watch? I'll show you what I do now. And make you go like hoo-ha. Cause I don't think you're ready now. Get ready?
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the world's largest entrepreneur conference. Imagine 47,000 plus registrations and counting. We're truly excited about our global audience from all across the world. First off, I would like to thank each and every one of our sponsors for supporting us. We would like to thank our strategic and grant sponsors. Thank you, Dell, for our multi-year support. And many thanks to Pfizer and HashiCorp for supporting our conference this year. Our platinum sponsors are like the lifeblood of our conference. They've helped us put together some amazing content. Thank you, AWS, Nutanix, and Mayfield. We would like to thank you for your time, collaboration, and support. Our sponsors come in many forms: gold, silver, platinum, but they all have one theme in common: a love for entrepreneurs and entrepreneurship. A special shout out to our annual sponsors for supporting us throughout the year. Thank you for engaging with us day in and day out and working with us to support the entrepreneurial ecosystem. We are super honored to have close to 50 sponsors that support our vision and mission. And we want to thank each and every one of you from the bottom of our heart. Our partners collaborate with us to further our mission. They help us grow our network and make a greater impact. Thank you for collaborating with us, our partners, which are media partners and our chapter partners and more. Last year, we had an incredible conference thanks to Frames. The Frames digital experience brought our conference to life with people gathering with us virtually from all across the globe. Let me quickly go over some of the salient features of this platform for your benefit. If you are on a mobile device, make sure to switch to landscape mode for a good viewing experience. There are many areas to experience just by clicking on this platform of ours. You can hang out in the lobby and visit the help desk for live help. You can view the agenda by clicking on the tab on the left and customize your program as needed. Or you can click on Auditorium to visit the main stage for grand keynotes and parallel sessions in Halls A through Hall E, which will begin at 9 a.m. You can visit the exhibition or the Expo Center to check out our sponsor and exhibitor booths. And TiE is well known for networking. Now you have a way to network in the virtual world. So visit the networking lounge to experience it in person. You can meet one-on-one or congregate on round tables of 4. Before I go on, let me tell you a little bit more about the programs we have in the store for you today. We will start with 2 grand keynotes, followed by parallel sessions in multiple rooms where you have choices like healthcare, supply chain, sustainability, security and fraud, and also TiE 50, Meet the Drapers. Healthcare is in Hall A, supply chain in B, sustainability in Hall C, security and fraud in Hall D, and TiE 50 is in Hall E. I would now like to invite my co-convener, Kamal Anand, to tell you more about the tracks and everything that we have for the day. Kamal.
Thanks, Dipti. And after a great first day yesterday, warm welcome to TiEcon Day 2 to everyone. As Dipti mentioned, we have 5 exciting tracks today and 2 amazing grand keynote conversations with CEOs of organizations that are impacting all our lives, Pfizer and Qualcomm. Healthcare, which is the first track, Hall A, is, as we know, healthcare is near and dear to all of us. This exciting track covers the future of healthcare, the digital transformation going on there, and a full panel discussing precision medicine. Listen to the investors in healthcare sharing where they see opportunities if you have that inclination of building companies in that area. Thanks to the track chairs and team in assembling great speakers, including leaders of some of the largest provider and payer organizations in the United States. In Hall B, we have supply chain. Now, supply chain is in the news every day these days, as we all know, and is undergoing lots of transformation and disruption. This track provides an opportunity to hear about where innovation and investment is happening in supply chain, understand how freight is getting Uberized. Thanks again to the track team in constructing an agenda that covers broad areas of the ecosystem. This is a very new and exciting track, sustainability. Sustainability addresses very relevant topics of climate, energy, ag tech, and many issues impacting all of our lives and those of future generations. The timeliness of this topic can be gauged by the news that just this week, Stanford University established its first new school in 70 years on climate, with a large $1 billion donation from the Doerr family, a Silicon Valley venture capitalist. The transition dean for this climate school in Stanford is speaking on this track today. Thanks to the team and advisors for pulling together an amazing track, which has a distinction of having 7 PhDs and other thought leaders on this very critical subject. Another area of security and fraud is a topic that obviously is very, very relevant to all corporations worldwide. Cybercrime has grown to $6 trillion in 2021. And as a result, billions of dollars are being spent by corporations to defend and protect. Thanks to the track chairs and team for assembling a great agenda and panels covering both security and fraud management. TiE50 is TiE Silicon Valley's premier annual awards program and one that is very dear to me as a fellow entrepreneur. This is keenly contested by early to mid-stage startups worldwide. And we heard from all the TiE50 winners yesterday, and today 10 chosen startups will be presenting to the Draper team for a chance to be on the highly successful Meet the Traders program next season.
The cloud you use to drive innovation and development
it is my
isn't
pleasure
always the one you use to bring products to market. The
Arun
cloud you rely on to launch bold new ideas isn't always the
most
one you
recently
depend
the
on to
CEO
deploy
of July
critical.
Systems, a location-based mobile management platform. He has been instrumental in scaling many companies and finding synergistic exits by merging them with global technology giants like SolarWinds and Cisco Systems. Arun was previously served as the president of TiE Silicon Valley and is currently the chairman of TiE Global. So BJ, take it away, please.
Good morning, everybody. On behalf of TiE Global, I'd like to start by congratulating TiE Silicon Valley on its 30th anniversary. This is a particularly memorable day for me since I've been a part of this journey myself for close to 3 decades. First as a volunteer when I was in my late 20s, then as a charter member, board member, convener of TiEcon, and finally serving as president of TiE Silicon Valley in 2019 and 2020. I continue to serve as chair of the TiE Global Board of Trustees, where my fellow BOT members and I are responsible for overseeing the growth and success of our 57 chapters spread across 12 different countries. We provide a playbook as well as hand-holding for our global programs such as TiE Young Entrepreneur, TiE University, TiE Women, TiE Angels, and TiE Access. While these have been well received by most of our chapters, the chapters in emerging cities are the ones which really benefiting from these content and programs. In addition, our team also hosts the TiE Global Summit in the winter and TiE Charter member retreats over the summer. Last year, our retreat in Abu Dhabi, as well as TiE Global Summit in Dubai, were extremely well attended and appreciated. This year, the Charter member retreat is going to be held in Rome this August, and the TiE Global Summit in Hyderabad in December. My fellow Board of Trustees and I look forward to seeing each and every one of you attend these amazing events. I hope you enjoy the wonderful content and programming that our TiE Silicon Valley team has put together for TiEcon, and I wish you a wonderful conference and a fantastic 2022. Thank you.
Arun, thanks for that message and for your continued dedication to fostering entrepreneurship in the technology community in the US and India and globally. Now it is my distinct honor to bring on stage Vish Mishra. For those associated with TI, Vish needs no introduction. He's a past president of TI Silicon Valley and trustee of TI Global, and currently serves on the Council of Trustees of TI Silicon Valley.
Building your skills,
he's also a venture partner and
relationships.
serves on the
Our
boards of many
purpose is
organizations.
connecting people to experiences
He
that enrich
graciously
their
gives
lives.
us time to
Thousands
mentor
of customers,
many entrepreneurs, and
serving millions
many
of
of us have
consumers.
benefited from that.
Innovation
But what makes him so special is that
ahead
Vish is the greatest
and
connector of people in our
the solution we release as a company.
He's chief evangelist
Everything
of
Milestone has done
TiEcon,
for
and
last
his energy,
15 years is aligned
enthusiasm,
towards
and
NTT
passion for TI and
Milestone
TiEcon
helps businesses
off the
create,
charts.
organize, and
He
amplify
has
their
been
digital
instrumental in the
information.
successful
We make
execution of
information
this
more
conference.
accurate, consistent,
And we take
and
inspiration
visible,
from his
and help
him,
our
his
customers
passion,
be
his
everywhere
energy,
their
and his drive.
customers are.
Please, Vish, welcome to the stage.
Hi, I'm Gurpreet Kaur, Vice President Client Relations at BeyondCodes.
Uh,
BeyondCode is a
thank you
global
very, very
B2B
much,
lead generation
Kamal,
company
for your
providing
very generous
multilingual
introduction.
appointment setting services, CXO
good
events,
morning,
and
good
strategy
afternoon,
consulting
and
with
good evening.
onshore and offshore capabilities.
I'm honored to
With
welcome
presence
each
across
one
the
of you
Americas, Europe,
to day
UK,
2
and
of
APAC,
TiEcon
we have been
2022.
industry leaders for over a
Many of
decade
you
now,
know
formulating
TI
demand generation strategies
and
for
TiEcon
next
for a long
generation
time, and
services.
many of you are
Being
here
a
for the
customer-centric
first time.
has always
For the
been our
next 3
main
minutes,
focus over the
I'll
years.
brief you
In
on
fact,
a 30-year
70% of our
history
business
of
comes
TI
from repeat clients.
and our
We
future,
actually work
and
with
then
almost
present
all
two
top
extraordinary
IT
gentlemen
ITS
to
companies
you.
in the world.
This is a special
Apart
year
from
for
that,
TI,
since
as you heard.
2021, we have partnered
We are
with
turning 30
ZoomInfo
in
as an
December.
exclusive authorized seller
It
of
started
its
in
sales
Silicon Valley
intelligence
with a
products
loose
in
group
India.
of successful immigrant entrepreneurs and executives, primarily South Asians, who realized their
And we look
American
forward
dream
meeting you all at the
beyond their
event.
wildest imagination, and formed a not-for-profit organization, open, inclusive, and transparent, with a single mission to foster entrepreneurship, to help anyone who wants to succeed as an entrepreneur by business building, wealth creation, and giving forward by giving their time and resources. We call them charter members. We did a wonderful job fanning out to 40 cities in the first 10 years. It took us twice as long to get to 60 cities and creating close to $1 trillion in economic wealth and immeasurable social wealth. We continue to attract thousands of aspiring entrepreneurs and professionals and incredible speakers and sponsors who provide us with financial and intellectual resources to support our mission and programs. We have a storied past and aspire for a bright future. As we enter the 4th decade, we trust our next generation of charter members and leaders to build and grow, and they will. Now, it is my great honor to introduce this morning's headliner, healthcare pioneer Dr. Albert Bourla, Chairman and CEO of Pfizer Inc. Dr. Bourla became head of Pfizer in 2019 and accelerated its transformation to be more innovative and science-driven just before it was put to test by the COVID-19 pandemic. Mobilizing Pfizer amid some of the most strenuous conditions experienced in modern times, he oversaw the 9-month journey to deliver a breakthrough COVID-19 vaccine. This effort showed Pfizer that nothing is impossible, a lesson that Dr. Bourla knows and says will resonate with innovation in all fields. A Greek immigrant, former veterinarian, a child of Holocaust survivors, Bourla was named the 2022 Genesis Prize laureate in recognition of his leadership during the pandemic. I'm honored to welcome and host Dr. Bourla on the grand stage. Rich Karlgaard, a media personality, former publisher and now editor-at-large and futurist of Forbes, will engage Dr. Bourla in an intimate conversation. Rich, in his Forbes column, named Dr. Bourla the world's most interesting person. Rich, please take it away. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Vish. What a joy to be here with my TI friends. And Vish, I just have to say you are an incredible force for good in the world. I would say that this year's TiEcon especially as an oasis of good news and hope in a challenged world. And welcome, Dr. Bourla. As Vish and I were talking about this interview opportunity, and Vish reminds me that the TiEcon audience really loves the personal stories, and you have a really interesting personal background, making you one of the most interesting people in the world, I would say. Start out by telling us what it was like growing up in Greece, the birthplace of civilization and democracy, and does that affect the way you think and look at the world?
First of all, let me thank the TiE organization for allowing me to communicate with the members in this conference, and also for selecting you, Rich, to do this dialogue. I'm still impressed. You wrote that I'm the most interesting person in the world. The last most interesting person in the world was from an ad that I admired, really. And I was following all the different versions of it. I like everyone. Our beginnings are affecting where we go, who we are. I grew up in Greece, although my wife keeps telling me that I don't qualify to be a grown-up. I'm still growing things. But still, those years were important to shape who I am as a person. Greece was, and it is, a small country. Clearly, it has a very big, disproportionately bigger than its size, heritage, given what influence the Greek civilization had in modern democracy and in the modern world. But it is a small country that has its own issues, and I grew up. I had a happy childhood. My parents were happily married, and they were loving each other, and they were loving our kids, so we didn't have family issues. My father was not very rich, but he was okay, so we could have, let's say, a comfortable life. We could focus on education. I was able to spend most of my years studying without really getting paid much, so I needed his support to be able to do it. All of the things that Mediterraneans will do to their kids, my parents did to me. Years or luck made it that Pfizer at that time wanted to recruit someone in the animal health business. And because I had a PhD, I was one of very few veterinarians with a PhD, and they felt that this is an important asset for the company, so they really insisted to get me hired. They made it very difficult for me to say no, because I was reluctant in the beginning. All I wanted to do was to have a career in academia. Eventually, I accepted the transfer. That was the first of 9 relocations that I did with my wife. We lived with Pfizer in 9 cities of 5 different countries.
Well, and here you are today, CEO at an amazing time in the world, very challenging time in the world. Take us into back to late 2019, early 2020, and with the dawning realization that that COVID would not be a trivial thing in the world, it would be a major challenge to the world, and describe Pfizer's 9-month sprint to a vaccine. It's really remarkable. I mean, that's the kind of thing that you read about in wartime. Maybe this was wartime. Or it's the kind of thing that you read about with a really motivated, small startup team. But Pfizer's a large global multinational company. How do you do a 9-month sprint to a vaccine, turning a ship of Pfizer size toward that kind of a goal, and motivating everybody at Pfizer and convincing them the impossible was in fact doable?
Yeah. Well, I would say that we were lucky because things had started a little bit earlier. When I took over, I received a company that was in a very, very good shape from my predecessor scientifically. When he received the company from his predecessor, I think things were challenging scientifically for Pfizer. But during the 10 years that he ran the company, the 9, I think we turned the company into a scientific powerhouse. That gave me the ability to make a lot of changes already in 19. And some of them were, the most important were cultural. And the cultural changes were the changes that I felt an organization needs to succeed in innovation in the years to come. And the values that we had were four, and it was courage, excellence, equity, and joy. When you have all of that for several years in your DNA, when the challenge came, I think these were the things that helped us rise to the occasion. If we start with the first one, it took a lot of courage to go with a technology that was not tested. We hadn't delivered a product yet, just on the conviction that your scientists know what they are talking about and they will be able for the first time to make it a product. But the whole organization did that. It took a lot of effort.
The first thing you said was to build a scientific powerhouse. And that's where it seems to me that your earlier decision to not stay in academia but to go into business was really good for the world. But at the same time, you were the right person for the right time, because having a PhD gave you a credibility if you were going to lead a company that was to become a scientific powerhouse.
I think that helped a lot, you're right. And also the fact that most of my career was in the smaller division of Pfizer, the animal health division. From the 30 years with the company, I was 17 in the animal health and the last 13 in the human health. It gave me also the ability to understand how you can do things with more nimble, in a quickest way. Animal health was always a rounding error within the very big pharma. So I grew up knowing how to make things happen.
Well, making the sprint to a COVID vaccine happen was really pretty remarkable. Were there along the way, and I think I have this right, that it was about a 9-month sprint. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. And you had all the foundations that you described, the culture, the scientific excellence, all of that, but you still had to pick up the pace. What were maybe the 1 or 2 or 3 challenges of instilling this sort of sense of urgency across the whole organization?
I would say that the sense of urgency was the easiest thing to install given the situation we were living. It was considered a major crisis. You used before the words war. It was beyond war. I think it was everybody was afraid that the culture, the civilization, the way we know it, I mean, is at risk. So the motivation was there, and I used that a lot, the emotional charge that everybody had to be able to drive this organization. But the biggest challenges were how to cut the bureaucracy in an organization as big as Pfizer and go straight to the point. That meant that we needed to have in one room multiple chains of management command, rather than having only the generals, that after they will go and do their meetings with the colonels, and then after they will do their meetings with the lieutenants. Actually, everybody was in one room, different layers of management, and they were discussing in front of me, and then I could make the calls and make the decisions. That doesn't make people feel comfortable to be in the same room with your boss and the people that are reporting to you. Very uncomfortable in a corporation, but we did it. And pretty soon everybody felt very comfortable, but that's the new way of working, and that's it.
How did you overcome that discomfort? I mean, to me, it's really an amazing study in human behavior, because people naturally defer to their bosses, and when you're in an environment like that, nobody wants to, or most people would be reluctant to contradict their boss. But unless you have, all the great corporations we know have this creative disagreement. It's not personal, but it is the kind of disagreement based on the facts that lifts up the truth so the company can move in the right direction. Did you have to sort of lay down the new rules of how we communicate here?
Yes, I did. And it was equally uncomfortable, not only for the people that the boss was there, but also for the bosses that the people were there, because they feel exposed. They feel that maybe they will not know something and someone underneath will know it. And all of that are human behaviors. But the first thing we clarified, that's the way we work. The second is that the pace was so fast. If you don't have very fast pace, the system will find a way to do unofficially all these meetings that you are cutting. So if you have a meeting every second week, for example, everybody will do pre-meetings and pre-meetings and pre-meetings before they come to that meeting. This is what I wanted to avoid. We had the meeting twice a week. So it was very difficult between Tuesday and Thursday that there were the meetings for people to violate. They just had to come straight to the meeting and then contribute everything they can. And also I kept asking everyone. So I didn't let people just speak. I would go rounds and ask people, probe people, what do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Then at the end, that's the decision.
Well, that's fantastic. I remember once having a conversation with Satya Nadella of Microsoft, and he inherited a culture where there were a lot of meetings. There were meetings before the meetings, and then there were meetings after the meeting to discuss the meeting. And all of it seemed to grow out of a culture of fear where people didn't really trust their colleagues. So breaking through that, how would you say, in sense, along with a sense of urgency, must go the sense of trust for your peers and colleagues, because the lack of trust does create bureaucracy and it's an inhibitor of speed. Were you able to sort of break through on that trust issue?
I couldn't agree more. It is fundamentally a trust issue. It is the meeting, it is the need that I need to be in the room because I don't trust the others can do it without me. But it is also a question of a culture. For example, I've noticed that we have sometimes a culture of super inclusivity that almost goes to extremes. Like if you are not invited in the meeting, your status quo is challenged. Must be not important if you are not invited. That creates a need for you to see invitations in meetings because otherwise you think you are not important. The same comes from the top. If you don't invite everyone in existence in a meeting that you are calling, you will be accused as not inclusive leader. And all it takes, it is one of your peers to get a complaint of one of the reports that you were not invited and to spread some rumors, and then you feel your career is at risk. So the system is fed from top and from bottom. And it's very difficult to break. As Satya, I'm sure, told you, one of the first things that I set as a goal was to reduce the meetings of the company by 50%. We set 15 goals that were enormously challenging. One of that was this. It's from the 15, there are only 2 that we haven't succeeded yet, and that's one of them. And it's very difficult to break this norm if you are not on top of it and there's not a crisis. So that's what I try to do. How to do the same in periods of peace, not only during war.
Well, in that sense, the pandemic, which forced all of us, small companies and large in all industries, to rethink how work was going to be done. And one of the upside surprises, I think, of COVID, you go back to March 2020 and the precipitous stock market drop, and economists were predicting another great recession. And in fact, things recovered pretty well, pretty fast. It was remarkable because it was the collection of all companies everywhere really figuring out the new rules of work. You were not only solving COVID through your vaccine efforts, you were adapting to COVID, like every company, trying to stay focused and productive in a pandemic. And given what you just said about the kind of new rules around the urgency of bringing the vax to market in a matter of months, not years, how did you work all of that with the new rules, of COVID, work at home, hybrid? Obviously, I imagine your scientists were still coming into work, but how did you manage all of that? The urgency of the 9-month sprint combined with all the work changes that COVID put upon us.
Yeah. In fact, we try to make the weakness an advantage. So most of our locations are in big cities, big capitals. People are commuting hours to go to their work. So now they didn't have to do that. So productivity went up actually originally because of that. Long-term productivity can be challenged with this virtual work because you may lose the sense of belonging. You may lose the fact that you're coming to the office. You are weakening personal relations. But in the first 1 or 2 years, people have already these relations. The culture is already somehow in the organization. So you can gain the advantages of the productivity. And this is what we did. Of course, as you said, people need to go to the manufacturing site to produce the vaccine. And people need to go to the lab to make the tests. And that was a very big challenge, not only for the effort to develop the vaccine, but keep in mind that the hospitals were overcrowded. ICUs were, the introductions to ICUs were booming. The hospitals needed medicines that were, for some medicines, 40, 50 times higher forecast than normal. And we had to maintain, because we are one of the largest suppliers of injectable medicines for hospitals. So it was very, very challenging to do it. And I feel equally proud with our manufacturing folks that we were able to send the medicines and then eventually manufacture COVID during this pandemic.
There's a natural human tendency after a big victory of the kind that Pfizer achieved to bring its vaccines to market to let down. You see it in professional sports teams. You see it everywhere. It's one thing to win a gold medal or a world championship, the equivalent of what you did with bringing your COVID vaccine to market as fast as you did. It's another to repeat. How do you, once having instilled this higher level of performance over a shorter period of time, how do you not slip backwards? How do you instill this sort of ongoing sense of urgency without, let's say, the dark flip side of that would be that you'd burn people out. There might be a risk there. So how do you say, look, we did this, we can do this repeatedly. We are now performing at a higher level. Let's do it forever going forward.
Well, this is what I'm telling people. And many times they remind me that people are tired, and I get it. And also many times I remind that what we do is not for us. It is for a cancer patient that is expecting us to bring a medicine that will allow him to see the wedding of the son or the graduation of the daughter. And that is a very strong motivation in our case. We know that what we do impacts really lives. But you're right, it's a very strange feeling. And in fact, I see in most of the people the opposite of what you described. Instead of saying, we made it, so now let's relax, actually it is an anxiety how to repeat a year like that, how to make next year not look a failure given the successes that we had in the previous year. I am one of them. I try to say, how can we replicate the successes we had in 21, not in terms of sales or in profits, which likely we will, but we had our reputation with the world skyrocketed, our influence, the engagement of our people. They were so proud of what we did. All of these metrics that measure how great is a company were at the peak of the peak of the peak. How not to make 22 now a failure? Good question.
Well, the natural gravitational force, though, of large organizations is to default into bureaucracy over time. So, keeping people motivated and having that sense of urgency and even anxiety and competitiveness run through your employee base is a good thing. But structurally, you described some of the changes you made by reducing meetings by 50%. I think flattening layers, or at least facilitating conversation between layers. What are the things that you keep organizationally and tactically going forward? And which ones do you think were specific to the moment of bringing a vaccine to market in 9 months while you were adapting to the new rules of work instilled upon us by the pandemic?
I think the big benefit that we had by doing that was that it was a profound demonstration to not only, of course, the entire world, but particularly also the Pfizer people, that the values of that we spoke about, of courage, of excellence, that the speed and ambition, the high ambition, work. Because it's one thing to say to someone, this is what we are going to do, and the other thing it is to see people doing it. So that's our biggest weapon. I think that we convinced our organization right now that they can do the impossible possible. And they have seen it. Now the people that are working in heart diseases, for example, they want also to have their moment of fame, like our vaccines colleagues or our infectious disease colleagues that they bring the treatment, Paxlovid, to the market. They want also to bring a new medicine that will have equal huge impact in society. That's a huge motivation to cut the bureaucracy.
Well, personally, as CEO, how are you able to keep yourself out of the political Cold War that seems to be getting warmer all the time? Whereas if you looked at the last 2 years, despite all that you achieved, despite all the good that you brought to the world, there were people on the left and people on the right who wanted to make Pfizer the bogeyman. How do you keep the organization from falling into that and thus becoming a distraction? And frankly, yourself, because you're the CEO.
It's a very big part of what I try to do. You're right. Things are extremely polarized, not only in the US, in the world, I would say right now. And there is a kind of the spectrum, instead of being a line, which was the left and the right, is almost becoming a circle. And the left and the right, they are meeting. The extremes, right? The extremes are meeting. And everything that is anti-systemic, and Pfizer represented the great victory of the system of science, the great victory of the system of corporate America, it becomes a target. I try to do things like we didn't take any money from the government to build our vaccines. Imagine if we would have. Nobody questioned Moderna taking the money, but Pfizer, a very big company, all of us would be, let's say, and actually many question also Moderna, to be fair, why they took the money. But imagine if we were doing it, how tough would be on us. I tried to stay out of politics. I'm only speaking about policies. I don't care if it is left, right, extreme or not. I care what his ideas are about important policies that are enhancing innovation, the health of people, and this is where I take positions. I don't take positions on the political spectrum, but only on the policies spectrum. And also, I try to stop it here. To me, that's why I don't want many of our people to get into, let's say, the political fight. I try to be the shield, but everything stops here. I'm getting what I'm getting, and then the others can do their job.
Describe where you see Pfizer fitting into the larger ecosystem of healthcare, and maybe particularly for the Thai audience. I would say Vish should probably verify this, but you have a very large percentage of people in the Thai audience who work in software and enterprise software and artificial intelligence and all that, which the information science branch of science seems to be inexorably moving toward the life sciences branch of science. And so as you think about the larger ecosystem and you think about Pfizer's, sitting alongside with Silicon Valley and San Diego biotech companies, or Cambridge, Massachusetts, Cambridge, England, biotech companies, university research, and software and artificial intelligence. How do you look at that big ecosystem, and how does Pfizer fit into that today? And what's your vision for that ecosystem, say, in 5 or 10 years from now?
Our vision is that Pfizer will be not only an integral part of the ecosystem, but will become the partner of choice for many players. That will become the partner that everyone would like to come together, add knowledge and add capabilities so that we can create something bigger and better, and that the two partners will be treated equally. Something like what we did with Biotech. It's a very small biotech at the time, not anymore, after they worked with us. There are two dimensions also on that, what you said. One, it is that right now science is extremely, extremely advanced. But I would say that it is equally advanced because of advancements in biology, but also in technology. It was not enough to be able to decode the human genome. It's useless information if you don't have the computational power and the artificial intelligence to do something about it. And this is exactly where technology is coming very big way into how we can change the way that medicines are developed. I'll give you a very good example. Everybody speaks that we need to move from drug discovery to drug design. So instead of trying based on some hints that we have among the universe of molecules and make millions of molecules, hoping that one of them we will discover that it works, we will design a molecule with artificial intelligence. This is what we did with our treatment, Paxlovid. Usually this design, or let's say discovery phase, takes 4 years. In Paxlovid, we did within 4 months by using tools of artificial intelligence. We formed 600 different molecules that we thought that will have a very good chance of becoming, of inactivating the virus. And then one of them we selected, and then we took it to the clinic, and we were right. I would like to feel that Pfizer will offer its capabilities, this tremendous clinical development machine, this tremendous manufacturing machine, the commercial capabilities, the scientific understanding of the diseases, to partner either with biotechs or with technology companies to see how we can disrupt the drug discovery, drug development, and health delivery systems.
Well, we're coming to the end of our time, so last very quick question. What does the combination of new technologies in your space, like mRNA technology, combined with these accelerating digital powers that you just described, what diseases do you think the 2020s, we will look back and say, in the 2020s, we solved that problem on a global scale?
Yeah, I think in general, taking aside mRNA, we will see in the next decade a scientific renaissance. Is going to be a prolific, let's say, increase of new medicines in unmet medical needs. And that comes actually in the best possible time, because demographics in the world are creating tremendous need for new medicines. People are living longer, which means not only they are using more medicines, that's one, but new diseases are becoming important. So unmet medical needs that we didn't know we have, now we do know, because they are coming with age. And so the demand will be there and the offer will be there, because I think the science will deliver across the board. I think the area that is the most challenging right now for all, it is the neuroscience. It is all this area around psychiatric diseases, Alzheimer's, Parkinson. Still over there, we don't have the main leads. There is a lot of programs that are happening right now. Most of the research actually across the globe is going to these areas. But it's unknown if we will have significant advantage. On the contrary, I believe in cancer or in other infectious diseases, we will have significant advancements in this decade.
Well, Dr. Bourla, from your lips to God's ears, and thank you so very much for being generous with your time and knowledge and wisdom here at the 2022 TiEcon conference.
Thank you so much for the honor to be invited.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bourla and Rich Kargar, for engaging the world into just an amazing conversation, and so many takeaways. Okay, renaissance of science. I like that one. Okay, the next 10 years, and biology and technology going to intersect and make the world most wonderful place to live in the next 10 years. Thank you very, very much. Okay, now we have to switch to it's my now distinct pleasure and honor to introduce Anita Manwani, our 11th incoming president of TiE Silicon Valley. As you heard in my brief remarks about TiE history, since day one, we made TiE an open, inclusive, and transparent organization. Having worked with Anita and having known her for so long, she really brings all those qualities to TiE. And I issued a challenge. Okay, we're entering the 4th decade of TiE, and guess who is going to be at the helm of TiE? Okay, in January 2023, that will be Anita Manwani. And she's an accomplished corporate executive, super well networked and connected, and she has brought all her networking relationship to bear to TiE, and she is giving tirelessly to TiE. So Anita, please take it away. Thank you very much, and welcome again, you to being the president-elect, and now our incoming 11th president of TiE Silicon Valley, and first female in our history at Silicon Valley. So it can't get any better than that. So thank you.
Thank you, Dipti. Qualcomm has touched our lives every day in so many different ways, from our laptops to mobiles, from 5G communications, IoTs, wearables, air travels, the list goes on. I'm delighted and honored to welcome Cristiano Amon, the President and CEO of Qualcomm. Cristiano received his bachelor's in electrical engineering from the State University of Campinas, Sao Paulo, Brazil. He has spent more than 25 years at Qualcomm and led their 5G strategy. We're looking forward to this conversation between Cristiano and Martin Giles, the senior editor of Forbes, to hear more about what's in store for us from Qualcomm. Over to you, Martin.
Cristiano, great to talk with you today. You run a fascinating company, $160 billion plus market cap. You make chips, you make radio transceivers, kind of lots of IP. To me, it's kind of like the glue that connects everything from smartphones to smart cars in an increasingly digital world. And then we profiled you in Forbes last year. And my colleague Steve Bertoni asked Satya Nadella about you. And I thought it's quite interesting because both of you ran very big divisions before you became CEOs. And both of you worked for bosses who are called Steve. Steve Ballmer in the case of Satya and Steve Monkop in your case. And Satya said, Cristiano's a guy with a lot of energy and a sharp view of the future. So I'm going to ask you about that sharp view right now. Give us a sharp view of what's happening with 5G. A lot of hype, a lot of hope. Where exactly are we on the journey?
Very good. Look, very happy to have this conversation. And those words from Satya coming from him, it means a lot to me. So that's, I'm really excited to talk about that. So let me start with 5G. It's a lot of hope, but it's 5G is already here and is becoming mature in many markets. We're in the process, like in any generation of wireless, you have to build infrastructure, but now more than ever, because 5G is critical infrastructure for the future of the digital economy. It has been designed to be the technology that will be the broad connectivity of everything to the cloud. When we think about the future of our society and we think about being connected, the way to think about 5G, and we have used this metaphor before, it's still a very good one. You should think about 5G having the role for connectivity as we thought about electricity. In the beginning, we will have a discussion about the use cases of electricity. Now we don't have a discussion about use cases anymore. We just assume it's there. And that's how we're going to think about connectivity of everything, not only people, but everything from cars to those billions of IoT devices. The exception is going to be when things are not connected. And that's going to be the key role of 5G. Here's where we are. 5G has been launched commercially in the majority of the countries. The developed economies are more advanced in the rollout of the networks. The developing economies are also engaged. I have not met a single government that had said they want to be late to 5G. That is going to be a good idea. It's going to take some time as you have to build infrastructure.
Where's it going to have the biggest impact? I mean, you said like we don't really know, but if you're a betting person, which I assume you are, as you have a $160 billion market cap company to bet the future on, where in the near term do you think the biggest opportunities lie? Give us three. Where would they be?
Yes. I think we're already seeing right now a change in mobile. So the first thing we see, and I have to say that because it's right in front of us, 5G is democratizing high performance, high quality, high definition video. It's doing to video what 4G did to music. There are no CD players anymore. And 5G is going to transform everyone in a professional broadcaster. The second thing that 5G is going to do, it's going to transform the automotive industry. We're working with the 26 brands of the automotive industry. We're getting every single car connected with 5G. The cars are going to become a center of distribution of media, of information and applications. And then we're going to see the service revenue in many cases exceeding the profit of selling the car in the first place, changing the business model. That's going to be the second one. And the next one, which I think we're in the beginning of that, and I have a very bullish view on this, is the ability to use the connectivity to connect physical and digital spaces. And that's where we talk about virtual reality, augmented reality, the future of the metaverse. And it's not only about social, even though social is going to be a big component of this, about having holograms of other people and doing this thing that we're doing right now via collaboration with holograms, but the ability to have glasses that you can wear and they're connected with 5G to the cloud, and then you can augment what you see. That's an incredible new opportunity for technology, and it could be as big as phones.
Can I just ask you about that? Because, being a cynical journalist that I am, I might say, well, I've heard about VR and AR and all this stuff for over a decade. I've been writing about it for over a decade. What's different now? Why should we all take the metaverse seriously?
Excellent question. And what is different, it's some of the things we're doing. Which plus the advancement we've seen in the data center and artificial intelligence. But a couple of things. You need to have the ability to have a high-speed connectivity that would support the gigabit type of speeds for what you will need to make virtual reality and augmented reality fully untethered experience possible. The second part of it is the ability to have high performance computational capabilities that are very efficient in power. So you can put this on glasses. And a great example, you often hear that when people talk about virtual reality, if you don't have the right performance, you can get nauseated if you have delays from what you happen.
Thank you, Dipti. Qualcomm has touched our
want to have a geographically diverse and resilient semiconductor supply chain.
Got it. And you mentioned geopolitics. I mean, it's an interesting time in the world. There's a lot going on. Some big countries are saying, maybe we should kind of look inside ourselves and maybe be more self-sufficient rather than relying on a global supply chain. And Qualcomm has been, has profited massively from globalization, has been a driver of globalization. I mean, how do you see the future here? And what is the role of you as a CEO in making sure that, the world stays as open as possible?
Look, I think it's, I have a clear view about this. We are in a connected economy right now. We're in a global connected economy. For the technology sector, and I'm speaking from the technology sector perspective, it's going to be a global interconnected economy. The reality, however, is not about one country becoming self-sufficient. I think the conversation that I see with many countries is, do we have the right balance? Do we have the right assets to trade in this global economy? And that's why when we look at the semiconductor problem, it's not a problem that a single nation can solve alone. And the way I look at initiatives, for example, the United States CHIPS Act, that we've been very supportive. Now the European CHIPS Act and the US and Europe working together, it's about, can we build semiconductor manufacturing capabilities everywhere. So then actually we have a global supply chain that is geographically diversified, is resilient, and can meet every nation's ambition of continued development with technology.
So these CHIP Acts are basically, it's like government support for investment in these sectors and innovation in the semiconductor industry, or that's the core?
Yes, for example, when we talk about a resilient and geographically diversified supply chain, to answer your question about a country thinking about being self-sufficient, if you look at the ambition of the US CHIPS Act and the EU CHIPS Act, is for at least 50% of the chips of those that are consumed by two nations or two continents to be manufactured in the United States and Europe. That's a reasonable target. It's not 100%, but I think it's moving towards we needed to invest, we need to build capacity, and we need to make sure that the capacity is available everywhere.
Got it. Some people say, that the Moore's law is dying. We had this wonderful doubling of capacity on chips for so long. Every kind of couple of years, the power and consumption has stayed stable. But now we're at the end of it, and we should be panicking. Are you panicking at Qualcomm? And where is your innovation kind of engine driving here?
No panic on Qualcomm, no panic whatsoever. But let me answer your question, and there are two questions in one. First, let's talk about Moore's law. It's not slowing down. We still have a lot of technology evolution. We're designing, our chips in 4-nanometer technology. We're looking for the 3-nanometer technology and beyond. What has changed, however, is we no longer get in the semiconductor industry the economic benefit that comes with smaller geometries and the ability to get more density. As a result, the industry is now combining different nodes of technology in the same chip, and that is happening across the board. It started in the data center and move it to computing, and eventually is going to be into the phones as well. But the second part of your question is the innovation on the semiconductor is not narrowly defined by the ability to build the same solution at a higher speed and a lower geometry of the transistor. A lot of the innovation is in creating different types of computations. At Qualcomm, one of the fastest growing silicon area is actually artificial intelligence processing into the devices that sit at the edge. And I expect that we're going to be a key area of innovation. Qualcomm, which is known as a communication company, we're called Quality Communications, and everybody you start asking the questions about 5G, and we appreciate that, but in the reality is, as we progress, we're going to be as much as an artificial intelligence and processing company than we are a communication company, and that's where a lot of innovation is happening.
I think that's fascinating. That is really fascinating. We started talking about 5G and its ability to kind of connect everything. There is a big question here about equity. We've seen during the pandemic, not everybody is connected. Not everybody has access to fast broadband and the kind of technology that Qualcomm produces. You guys are members of the Edison Alliance. I know you're kind of like a group of technology companies that are trying to drive greater broadband kind of availability and affordability. How is that going? And what more do we need to do as a society to kind of close this digital divide?
Look, it's one of my favorite topics of conversation. I think we have done a lot as an industry. We have a lot more to do. We're very passionate about this at Qualcomm, especially because for all the Qualcomm employees, we know the technology we develop in mobile, it was responsible for many people to get connected to the internet for the very first time. That did not happen in the one PC per child. It really happened on smartphones and mobile devices. And we know how that changed the society. It fundamentally changed the society, providing access to telecommunication services, access to the internet, was not talk about it, but also access to computing. You have a computer in the palm of your hand. When we look of the opportunity with 5G, beyond connecting people with the internet, we have to look at two other things. How do we democratize computing power? For example, with one of the features of 5G, they're not widely discussed about it, is on-demand computing. Because you have broad connectivity pipe, you can run anything on the cloud. And therefore, you have access to unlimited computing. And you can democratize computing power to a lot of people that in many countries or underserved communities did not have the ability to afford the computing power. The other thing that we need to do is to extend the digital divide that we talk about people also to things. And the reason I say that is because we had this conversation of digital transformation. And digital transformation is so powerful that countries that have industries that are not able to make use of technology, those are going to become uncompetitive. They won't be able to compete in the marketplace. And then you can actually create a further separations between developed and developing nations. Right. So there's a need to democratize IoT and access to technology. And I can give you a micro example of that. During the pandemic, we saw that many businesses were not ready for digital. So at Qualcomm, we create a small business accelerator program. And it was just something as simple as you have a restaurant that had no web page, no digital capabilities, no ability for people to order online. And if it wasn't for the restaurant adopting digital, they will not stay in business. But that is just a micro example. I think that's a broader issue on the digital divide, and more than a challenge, is an opportunity for technology.
That's great. Cristiano, it's been a great conversation. I know one of your favorite sayings is by Mario Andretti, the racing car driver. He says, if everything seems under control, you're not going fast enough. I don't actually have racing cars. I have racing bikes behind me, but is everything under control, or are you not going fast enough?
No, I think that's look, I love that. I use that a lot in my professional, I think, career, which basically is, if you're going very fast and you seem in full control, you're not going fast enough. In Qualcomm right now, we're right on the edge, but we are in a hurry because the opportunities ahead for Qualcomm are tremendous, and we want to take advantage of that.
That's terrific. And so, can I just ask you one last thing, and that is, as a leader, a lot of people talk about servant leadership and the importance of kind of helping your employees to achieve great things. Can you just talk very briefly about your own philosophy of leadership? I mean, in a nutshell, what are the key kind of guiding principles you use, when you're thinking about how to lead?
Let me give you a couple of examples. One of the things that I do, and I started at, and maybe it's kind of unique of how I think about things in Qualcomm. When we think about our strategy, and I do something called strategy on a page, and as it's getting more complex, it's a big page. But I give this to every single employee of the company. It doesn't matter what they do. So everyone can understand how they're connected to the strategy and how they can do their part. Second thing is we have a lot of smart people. So I over communicate. And because once we have the organization aligned, the people in the organization are capable, do orders of magnitude more than the leadership. And I think that's incredible for you to empower people and get them aligned with the mission and let them do things. And then the last thing is what I have done in my career and served me well. I try to surround myself with people that are better than myself, and helps me achieve great things and be a better leader.
That's fantastic. I think we're coming towards the end of our time, so I just wanted to say what a great conversation, really interesting company, and I look forward to seeing you hit that TAM, 700 billion, the pressure's on. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Great talking to you.
That was a fascinating conversation between the CEO of Qualcomm, Cristiano Amon, and the editor of Forbes, Martin Giles. You heard it. The future of our society is dependent on being connected through 5G. It is the electricity of the future. It will transform industries from automotive to metaverse, AR, VR, and more, and it will become integral to our lives. That brings us to the conclusion of our main stage program for the day. Next up, we have a number of parallel sessions occurring in multiple halls, from Hall A to Hall E, from 9 a.m. to 11:30 a.m., comprising of keynotes, fireside chats, and panels. In Hall A, we have healthcare. In Hall B, we have supply chain. Hall C, you'll hear about sustainability, security, and fraud in Hall D. And of course, the TiE 50 Awards will be ongoing in Hall E. You can attend any or all or browse and hop from one to another, or you can go visit the expo and talk to our sponsors and exhibitors. Or if you feel like chatting with the fellow attendees, go to our networking lounge and chat one-on-one or in a group of 4. Some of our speakers may also show up there. Exchange virtual business cards with people and grow your network. So enjoy the content we have put together for you. And I look forward to seeing you in one of our parallel sessions later today or back on the main stage tomorrow.
Tech. That's why we believe the software that runs on one cloud should run on all of them. That's why our code is open.
Hello, and welcome to the health track of TiEcon 2022. My name is Chris Waugh, and I'm the Chief Innovation Officer for Sutter Health in Northern California. It's my honor to introduce our day today. Over the next couple hours, we're going on a healthcare journey into the future and also the present, the things that are being transformed and changed in real time right now to improve healthcare for everyone. Today, you're going to hear from the best in the industry. We've curated over the past several months, world-class thinkers, those that are really moving the needle in healthcare, and those that have provocative thoughts about where healthcare is going. We hope this inspires you. Today is not about an agenda, it's about a movement. And the important people here are those that are listening. We think there will be new companies created. We think there will be people connecting that hadn't connected before. And we hope that there's insight sprinkled throughout the next 2.5 hours. Up first, we are going to look into the future. Then we're going to look at Patient 360, which is looking at people's lives and the always-on healthcare system that is emerging. We're also going to talk to the VC community about what bets are they placing on the future, and equally important, what they're not betting on in the future. We're going to go into the life sciences world and understand at a molecule level how technologies are rapidly increasing the pace of change and the development rate that we have not seen before, and certainly COVID accelerated. In the end, we'll come back and we'll summarize everything that we heard. I'm going to invite all of you to come into the chat. Please use the chat actively throughout. We'd love to hear your response to what's being said, as well as see who's out there. We know many, many thousands of people have joined us today, and we're really excited to see you, even though we couldn't be in person. First, before we begin, I just want to thank a few key people. The curated group that pulled today's track together. Now, a few are pictured here. There are many, many more behind the scenes that we won't have time to introduce all of them today, but there are many people involved in pulling this together. But to acknowledge colleagues that have worked day in and day out to pull this agenda together. It's the co-chair, Mohan, he's here today, Dipti Desai, Rob, who's going to be introducing himself in just a bit, as well as Ashutosh. And these folks have really helped curate the crowd in terms of who's going to speak to today, what the themes are, and how we're going to unveil the healthcare future right now. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it to my colleague Dipti, who will be introducing Daniel Kraft to talk about the future.
Daniel Kraft is a Stanford and Harvard trained physician, scientist, inventor, entrepreneur, and innovator who is serving as the chair of the X Prize Pandemic Task Force. Interestingly, we had the pleasure of hosting Daniel at TiEcon 2015 for our inaugural healthcare track, where he gave the opening keynote and he showed us a glimpse of what healthcare would look like in the future. Fast forward 7 years later, we are privileged to have him here with us giving another opening keynote despite his super busy schedule and a recent bout with COVID. In his talk today, Daniel will talk about the future of health and medicine and where can technology take us. Over to you, Daniel.
Today, I'd like to take you on a quick tour of the cutting edge in the future of health and medicine. You know, technologies are converging and accelerating all around us. And that's at their convergence that we've seen the entire disruption of how we get our digital banking done or our digital entertainment. And certainly our entire worlds have been horribly disrupted over the past 2.5 years from the COVID pandemic. And the pandemic, I'm afraid, is still not far from over, but it's sort of shown us that while many fields have entered the fourth industrial age, healthcare is still stuck in the third or sometimes even the second industrial age. But COVID's been a bit of a catalyst, a bit of a chief transformation officer to sort of move things ahead in healthcare. So just like Sputnik started off a new space age, COVID is sparking a bit of a new health age. And I'm hopeful this new innovation and new health age will save many more lives than COVID has taken. So when you think about the future of medicine, what do you think about the four walls of a hospital? Well, particularly around COVID, we moved from hospital to homespital. We've been changing how we do clinical trials from lab to laptop. But despite all these accelerations and new vaccines and improvements, sometimes it feels like we're still back to the future. I did my training in internal medicine and pediatrics at Mass General Hospital. I was back there for a reunion a couple years ago. When I visited the ward where I was a young doctor 20-something years ago, we're still using fax machines to communicate, often paper forms. I had my own cardiac study done a couple of months ago. I only got my results on a CD-ROM. I don't even own a CD-ROM player anymore. So we're still sometimes stuck in the old tools and mindsets of the past, tools like waiting rooms and the sort of silos of how we design and have configured our healthcare system based on thousands of prior years. When in reality, we don't live in a healthcare system of body parts. We're now in a connected digital genomic exponential age. And we have the chance to connect this data in new forms to advance health and medicine. So part of our new shift going forward is to move our mindset from one of what's actually sick care to one of true healthcare. Now, what is our sick care program? Our sick care is how we've been practicing medicine for eons. Intermittent episodic data usually collected in the four walls of the ER or clinic or hospital. And that intermittent episodic data leads to our reactive mindset. We tend to wait for the patient to show up with a heart attack or a stroke, or in my world of oncology, for a patient to present with late stage cancer. I think the cutting edge and where healthcare is starting to converge is this era of continuous data. It's much more personalized, much more proactive, and can start to bring care anytime, anywhere, with better outcomes and much lower costs, and to democratize healthcare around the planet. And not just to move the needle on treating disease, but to optimizing our health, our wellness, and to think about not just living forever, but to optimizing our health span and our lifespan. So as we move into this new age, we can think about across the continuum. How do we improve our health and prevention, improve diagnostics to early stage therapy, whether it's a digital therapeutic or a gene therapy? How do we accelerate discovery as well? So the future of medicine has been on the zeitgeist, particularly through the pandemic. I was lucky to write the opening article for National Geographic's whole session on the future of medicine. And the theme there wasn't about 12 different innovations, but how innovations are accelerating, how they're converging and coming together. And many of those technologies are exponential. And as entrepreneurs out there, you need to be having that exponential mindset to appreciate the exponential change of technology and how that can impact innovations for today and the future. Of course, you're all familiar with Moore's Law. Here's my iPhone 2. It still feels slow and clunky today, but it was incredible 12 years ago. And soon my iPhone 12 will seem antique, and Moore's Law will be supplanted soon by quantum computing. But we're now seeing the ability to have our supercomputers in our pocket, and these are really becoming medicalized devices. The iPhone 2 has evolved the iPhone 13. Soon these will evolve into smart augmented reality glasses or contact lenses, which will enable us to see our worlds in entirely new ways. And it's in that exponential convergent set that we have the opportunity to do things differently in health and medicine. Even with the existing sensors on our magical smartphones, we can do interesting things like leverage the smartphone microphone and beyond to look in your kid's ear and listen to your ear essentially and determine if there's an ear infection. We're in the era of the medical selfie, where the exponentially better camera now can replace bringing your urine to the lab to check for a urinary tract infection for a pregnant woman or for someone at risk for kidney disease. You can now dip your urine at home, take a picture with your smartphone, and have the results sent instantly to your doctor, to your pharmacist, or your healthcare system. So we're moving in this exponential age from what used to fit on a desktop to something that fits on your smartwatch, which are now becoming FDA cleared as a medical device. And these are giving us the opportunity to really digitize this new realm of healthcare. Because when you have this exponential, you can go from things that are basically almost dematerialized, they're no longer physical, they're democratized, and they're often demonetized and can be spread almost immediately around the world. And that gives us this new opportunity, particularly for those with the entrepreneurial mindset, to reimagine and reshape health, not just for today, but in the next 10 years and beyond. And I think the next decade will make the last decade look slow. And sometimes, though, it's not about the new technology and ideas. The difficulty often lies in not the new ideas, but in escaping from the old ones. So what old ideas might be holding you or your companies or your organizations back? Well, some of the new technology and ideas is coming around not just the Internet of Things, but the Internet of Medical Things that are now running 5G and soon 6G. And these Internet of Medical Things, from our genomics to our radiology to our wearables, create mass amounts of data, sometimes leading to an infodemic. But the challenge is we don't want more data. Data is maybe the new oil. What we really want are the new insights and actionable information that we can use as patients, as clinicians, and to move from data to insights and knowledge and narrow the gap between where that knowledge can be used at the bedside or at the website. And also to shift how we use that knowledge, not just on paying for sick care, but to shift to prevention and wellness so we never get to the sick side of the equation. Now, some of these incentives are changing where care happens, from hospital to phone to on and even inside our bodies, or increasingly to the corner pharmacy or to our telemedicine app. Now, this is bringing us to this era of mobile connected digital health, where we can now start to connect the dots from these new data and make it highly applicable to each of us based on our needs, location, culture, and conditions. Now, 11 years ago, I gave my second TED Talk, The Future of Medicine. There's an app for that. At the time, there were about 25,000 apps. Now there's over 300,000 apps. But it wasn't just about apps and digital. It's all these other elements getting faster, cheaper, and better, from AI and robotics and 3D printing and nanotech and genomics and blockchain, super converging and creating entire new fields that didn't even exist when I was a Stanford medical student, from robotic surgery to AI meets radiology. And we can leverage these new technology fields to address the grand challenges we have across the planet, from rising costs, aging populations, challenges with access to care, from rural California to rural Rwanda, the challenges of making sense of all the data and the friction and fax machines, to the challenges of dealing with our regulatory bodies, the FDA and beyond, and the payers who hold the incentives on new innovations and startups that can get to market. Now, through the pandemic, I've been sharing the XPRIZE Health and Pandemic Alliance. It's an alliance of over 100 organizations, from NGOs to academics to startups, that are addressing challenges with PPE, new diagnostics, new testing, mental health, and beyond. And we've even focused, and hopefully you can all join us, check out the website. It's not just about the technology sets, it's understanding also the social determinants and often the disparities that we need to address. We now know that our zip code is more important than our genetic code in terms of our lifespan in many communities. And we've understand that disparities have led to big differences in who gets and suffers and dies from the COVID pandemic. So we need to pay attention to our core needs: food, water, sleep, vaccination, but we now also have the digital determinants of health. Does your patient have a digital plan? Do they have access to Wi-Fi, to good battery life? And we're now seeing about 50% of the world still does not have internet access, including over 25,000 villages of India and very large parts of rural America. So we're going to see technologies like Starlink bring up and open up new access for digital internet and digital connected medicine around the planet. So reimagination is all around us, right? Uber disrupted how we do driving by connecting the dots, from GPS and mobile and online payments. And even Uber and Lyft are getting into healthcare today. And of course, other players, big players like Amazon, are delivering Amazon Care platforms to 50 US states this year. So change is coming. I used to joke that Amazon would soon be delivering your drugs by drone, but just last year, the FDA approved drones to deliver drugs, devices, and diagnostics in parts of the US. So look up in the sky, the future is coming faster than you might think. Now let's look at three key areas. Let's start with health and prevention. We want to not get sick, right? First, and we can understand that a lot of our disease and sickness comes from our bad behaviors: poor diet, smoking, not enough sleep, too much stress. And now we can start to measure these sorts of technologies. The first wearables only came out about 12 years or so, and now probably all of us are wearing some form of wearable. I got my Whoop and my Oura Ring and my Circle Ring and my Apple Watch and more. I'm sure many of you have those as well. What's interesting, these devices, which starting consumer, are becoming more medicalized, and they can start to measure almost every element of our physiology and behavior. They're going well beyond a wearable on our wrist to sensors that could go inside our medications to track whether patients taking their pills. They're becoming patchables, which can last for a month. And even simple wearable technologies can be used to glean insightful information. A patient goes home after a total hip replacement. Are they walking more, doing better as expected, or walking less and maybe at risk for a fall or a complication? Maybe you want to intervene early. So we're starting to shift from quantified self. A lot of us are data geeks. We have the data from our devices on our phones, to quantified health. That data is going to connect with your doctor, your nutritionist, with your pharmacist, to optimize our wellness, to diagnose disease early, and to manage therapy when we need it in much smarter feedback, AI, and data-driven manners. And we're starting to see an example of smarter sensors. Sensors like this can measure 16 different attributes and live stream my vital signs anywhere in the world. There's now patches that can start to measure blood pressure without a cuff. And these are coming to our watches as well: real-time blood pressure, real-time blood sugar without sampling blood. We're in the era of sweatables, ingestibles, sockables to track the health of a diabetic foot, even exoskeletons to help a paralyzed person walk, but we're seeing the evolution of exoboats to help us strap onto our feet and walk and run better. And then, of course, there's shockables to help change behavior, hearables, and ringables. Think about all the technology in this ring that enables me to track my sleep and my activity. If you guys do nothing else with a wearable, start to track your sleep and get insights and improve that. It has huge implications for your health. And there's new ways to adapt your sleep as well in the workplace and beyond. And these sorts of wearable devices can even detect who might be pregnant 6 days before a home pregnancy test, or work with UCSF to show that the vital signs predicted from the ring, measured from the ring, can predict your response to your COVID vaccine. So new insights can come from consumer wearables. We're also in the era of underwearables, low-cost sensors you put in your underwear. They're now being paid for with new reimbursement codes called remote patient monitoring codes, which can enable us to monitor patients in all sorts of environments. We're moving to insightable sensors underneath our skin or underneath measured 24/7. They can give us incredible insights into our physiology, particularly important for chronic disease patients. What about measuring our most important drug, food? Food is medicine. We now have ways to quantify our foods, our smartphone cameras to tell us the calories and content. We can also measure our, not just input, but our output. Smart medicalized toilets are coming, no kidding. And we can start to measure with a CGM or continuous glucose. You don't have to be a diabetic to measure your metabolome. We're going to be blending our metabolome, our genome, our microbiome to start to move to a true era of precision nutrition, not fad-based nutrition, but nutrition that's truly based on you. Now, beyond wearables, we're in an era of invisibles. These sorts of sensors now from our camera can pick up our heart rate, blood pressure, oxygen saturation. So we're not going to need to wear anything. I'm an advisor to an Indian company called ICSA Lumber. They put on their IL Take Care app this camera that can detect blood pressure and vitals just from looking at your face. Voice can be a biomarker to predict mental health, neurologic disease, or the sound of your cough can predict whether it's croup, a cold, or COVID. We're in the era of breathables, devices that you can have as a nano nose that can look at your breath and predict maybe you have a cancer or metabolic disease, maybe months before it would be detected otherwise. And Wi-Fi has been modified by MIT engineers to pick up the vital signs of 10 or more people in the same room. So we're entering an era where our digital exhaust, our digitome, can we keep collected 24/7. Who owns that data? How do we keep it private and safe? Could blockchain play a role? Probably. But all this data is not useful by itself. You know, what is it, doc? Just as I expect, you're generating too much data. As clinicians, we don't want data, we want the insights. We're starting to see the ability now to integrate information through our smartphone devices. I can send my Fitbit data to my doctor at Stanford, but what does he do with that information? So we're seeing platforms like Google's Verily build out the Baseline Project, 10,000 volunteers sharing their medical record, their genomics, their digital exhaust, so we can make sense of that, have a bit of a predictalytics, like a FICO score for your health that integrates all sorts of information. Or just like your modern car has hundreds of sensors, we'll soon have our own personalized check engine light that integrates data and gives us early action and early warning. In fact, Stanford studies show that your smartwatch can detect if you had COVID sometimes days before you became symptomatic and had obvious infection. Now, just because we have data and we know we're supposed to exercise more or sleep more or eat less, doesn't mean we're going to change behavior. Behavior change is hard. So we're entering an era that's really interesting now of personalized digital coaching. It might be a human on the other end of the line or an avatar or a robot. Those can't be designed the same for everyone. We need smart design thinking. If you're dealing with a baby boomer or a millennial, we need different user interfaces. Some may want smart AI chatbot avatars that feel real. Others want to use voice as an interface. So imagine this not so distant future where we all have our own personalized healthcare coach that gives our own personalized score. It might show us you of today in the mirror if you're working out and doing your Peloton, or what happens if you keep eating Dunkin' Donuts for breakfast. So I can now see myself today, and 100 Dunkin' Donuts later, I only have one. I love my donuts. Or if I could see or show a patient what they're going to look like if they keep smoking, before smoking, after smoking, or if they spend too much time on social media, right? And this is this other great convergence of augmented, virtual, and extended reality. It's starting to play a role in all sorts of fields, but particularly useful in healthcare, where a clinician now can integrate very complex medical information. It can guide a surgeon step by step through a procedure, letting them see inside their patients' bodies. It can help train our children about what's happening in their own physiology and health so they stay with healthy habits when they're young. My son Leo loves his augmented reality shirt. It's going to help him be healthier as a child and then as an adult. And then, of course, there's virtual reality. It's fun to put grandma on a roller coaster, but now VR is a tool and the therapy for treating pain patients in novel ways, very impactful, or for integrating into physical therapy, or integrating into folks who are stuck in the hospital or scared before a procedure, or for doing virtual reality workouts. I did VR workouts for 100 days. My resting heart rate went down by 6 points. Now, VR is also changing the way we do medical education. It makes it much more impactful to learn about cardiac anatomy, or instead of see one, do one, teach one, as I was trained, we're going to simulate in virtual and collaborative virtual environments. And we're going to start to build these new maps for clinicians. Imagine a bit of a Waze for surgeons, learning from thousands of surgeons and guiding your doctor step by step through procedures. So just like we have driver assist, we're going to start to go to surgeon assist. And we're already seeing examples of robots start to integrate and automate parts of surgery. What about the key area of diagnostics? We want to diagnose disease early, not late, at stage 0. And we're seeing new platforms to diagnose cancer from a blood test. We're seeing new ways to image your brain, understand your brain physiology and risk for dementias, for example. There's now full body scans that you can have for a couple $1,000s. I think in a few years, you go to your corner pharmacy and have your full body MRI done for under 10 minutes for just $100 or so. And that's going to be a game changer. In fact, there's already MRI machines that are 20 times less expensive. They're mobile. I had my own brain MRI'd on a boat going down the Hudson River in 5 minutes, plugged into wall power. So it is getting interesting on the imaging side. And then there's the whole idea of the digital doctor's bag. What required a hospital anymore can all fit into my pocket. The ability to have home diagnostics integrate with the virtual care, or smart stethoscopes now. They can listen to your heart and do an EKG, much better at diagnosing a heart murmur than I am. Or now the advent of low-cost AI-powered ultrasound devices that can fit in your pocket and democratize diagnostics anywhere around the planet, including laboratory tests and beyond. So we're really going to shift how and where care is done. And we're seeing examples. We ran a rapid COVID testing X Prize. We had 700 teams from 70 countries enter the competition, 9 incredible winners developing new tests and diagnostics, not just for COVID, but other infectious and non-infectious diseases. So we're in a brave new world of diagnostics. And that includes leveraging your personal genomics. The cost of sequencing a genome has dropped at twice the rate of Moore's law. And we're going to use our genomics to pick the right drugs and understand the diseases at the genetic level. It's not just that you have diabetes, you have a specific genetic subtype. And we're going from genome to multiome. We can measure proteome and exposome, where you've lived, your sociome, and your microbiome that plays such a key role in your risk for obesity, inflammatory bowel disease, even neurologic disorders. And so the future is building this integrated map, integrating omics to build a bit of our own personal digital twin to really help optimize and predict and model individual prevention, diagnostics, and therapy. So of course, a lot of this rides on the layer artificial intelligence, or I like to call it more IA, intelligence augmentation. It's augmenting the radiologist. It's augmenting the digital pathologist. It's even helping your gastroenterologist potentially find a lesion that might have been missed. It's even starting to play a role in AI meets drug discovery. So we're not going to see AI replace your doctor or pharmacist or nurse, but those using AI are going to replace those who don't. Now, therapy, of course, is moving very quickly. It's becoming much more virtualized, something catalyzed by the pandemic. And before you even see a doctor or a chat on with your doctor or nurse, you're going to start to talk to smart chatbots, which are going to more and more do smart triage. When you do see your doctor, it may be an avatar of your doctor. It's going to feel like you're seeing them. We won't be in the metaverse. We'll be in the metaverse doing our clinical interventions. And part of our future is not just diagnosing and prescribing a drug or a device. We're increasingly starting to prescribe apps, digital therapeutics for smoking cessation, video games that are FDA approved to treat ADHD. And there are now so many of these existing technologies that I built a new platform called digital.health. That's a website. It's easy to find. And digital.health is a new digital health formula. You go to beta.digital.health to see the new version. You can find the LiveCore devices to do EKGs. You can rate them. You can start to put them in your phone formulary and prescribe them. You might have a patient with diabetes or have diabetes yourself. You might look for solutions using therapeutic and diet interventions to reverse diabetes and prescribe them, hopefully soon covered by your insurance company, as many are today. So check out beta.digital.health. And if you have a health solution, enter it there. I've seen an incredible amount of entrepreneurship, especially the last year or so. I've launched a new digital health focused early stage venture fund, Continuum Health Ventures. If you have ventures, send them our way. It's an incredible time in digital health and innovation. One last example I'll give you is that of 3D printing. We can 3D print your braces, medical implants, but what if we could address the problem of taking too many pills and personalizing the doses and not tracking them in old-fashioned ways? So I've developed a technology to help pick the right drugs and doses, but also a way to build your own personalized polypill, one that's built for you, that's optimized for you, and can really contain the medications that you need in the doses that you need. We call these IntelliMeds. We're developing the first generation of 3D printers to build your own personalized polypill that you may have at your corner pharmacy, but eventually might be in your home and allow you to print, modify your personalized medication going forward. So you can check out one of my last TED Talks for more details on that. Finally, with all these new innovations, we need new ways to prove that they work, new forms of discovery, new forms of clinical trials. And we're entering a brave new world of digitized, democratized clinical trials that any of us can sign up for and do at home, outside of the clinic. And that brings us to where healthcare is really heading. Just imagine 15 years ago, we were driving with paper maps. Now it'd be hard to imagine driving without Google Maps or Waze. So imagine we could all help contribute to a healthcare map, a Google map of health that gave you personalized guidance on your healthcare journeys. And you can think of yourself not as an organ donor or as a blood donor, but as a data donor. So as we move into this new age and we reimagine healthcare, don't think about any one technology, think about how they converge, think about how they're moving exponentially, not just where they are in 2022, but where the puck is going and where the technology and convergence will be in 2025 and 2032. And if we take that exponential convergent mindset, we can go where we've been in this era of episodic sick care that's intermittent and one size fits all, to a future that's personalized, continuous, proactive, AI enhanced, aligned with our incentives, and democratized. So let's not take incremental steps, let's take exponential ones. In many ways, the future's already here. It's not evenly distributed. And it's up to all of us, particularly the amazing TiEcon and TI community, not just to predict the future of medicine, but to boldly create it together. So let's do that. Please track me down here and be happy to collaborate with any of you as we collaboratively think about and build this amazing new future and enter this new health age. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Daniel. That was such an interesting keynote portraying COVID as a chief transformation officer for healthcare. Your keynote showed the path forward for healthcare to move away from the current model of episodic, intermittent sick care for the masses towards a personalized, continuous, proactive, exponential healthcare that is designed just for you. Our next keynote is by Prat Vimana, the first ever Chief Digital Officer at Kaiser Permanente, where he's creating digital-first experiences. He brings valuable learnings from other industries that he is applying to healthcare to help propel it into the 21st century. Please help me welcome Prat Vimana as he presents his keynote on digital transformation in healthcare.
Thanks, Dipti, for a very warm welcome. Super excited to be here at TiEcon and really look at so many hundreds of participants here who are innovators, game changers, making an impact in the industry. It's a pleasure to be talking to both the aspirational folks who are in there and the veterans in the industry. So I did come from another industry. But what's interesting is last 2 years, healthcare took the center stage. It's been a dinner table conversation for almost all families across the world in one shot. So we all experienced what health means and the impact of health means in the last 2 years. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on reliving the pandemic. We're going to take a look at post-pandemic. What is going to happen? How do we actually see the future forward? It's hard to predict, but there are certain trends that are here to stay as we see it. Let me talk about those few trends. Number one, digital is becoming the first point of contact. It's not uncommon when first somebody tells you about a symptom or a condition. The first thing we do is go to Google, find out what's going on, understand what are the options and choices. Today's consumers are getting much more informed about health and wellness and the conditions that surround us. In 2019, last published data in Google is billion searches happen a day. You can imagine what it would look like in 2022. The second trend, consumer experiences. Healthcare has always been a transactional experience, right? You go there to get your lab records, look at the medications and reorder, right? Now the expectation is rising. Consumer experiences are rapidly expanding. Over 350,000 apps are available to download in Apple Store. Over 100 million Apple Watches already sold. If you look at the Apple Watches and Samsung Watches, it's becoming clinical grade. What used to be a consumer grade measurement is becoming clinical grade. What's also very clear is that health equity has become a key topic, or to be more precise, inequities in health is becoming a lot more visible. And there's a lot more awareness around how digital can help and digital can help close digital divide. These trends are here. These are going to transcend pandemic, and we're going to continue to see evolution within the space. The other thing that is specific to United States is that we are seeing change in every aspect of healthcare. Payers traditionally used to be very much focused on paying claims, looking at the eligibility of the claims, sharing the benefits, so on and so forth. Now payers are becoming a little more involved in the health. They're getting into population health management, ability to understand preventative and help you be healthy. Providers are realizing that they are in for patient acquisition in a different way. So they're becoming a lot more visible now. Recently, you also saw an announcement that if you Google a doctor, you should be able to find their next available appointment right there in Google. That's the new innovation that's coming up. So the visibility and the need for providers to be actively engaged in digital is becoming a lot more visible. Retail like CVS, Best Buy, Walmart, Amazon, everybody is ramping up their efforts in healthcare. This has to have an impact. The entire industry and the marketplace is changing. If you follow the venture capital, over $31 billion of investment came into healthcare just last year alone. This is a hockey stick investment. We have not seen this kind of investment before. This is huge. This money has to make an impact, will make an impact in a few years. Are we ready as an industry? And how is it going to transform? In order to do a transformation in digital, recognizing these changes, recognizing these trends, it is important that we adapt and understand how we prepare our organization, how we prepare our mindset to be ready for it. Here in Kaiser Permanente, we are being an integrated healthcare provider. We have a unique opportunity with 12.5 million members, 84% of them digitally registered, 94% of them logged in at least once last year. We have a very vibrant digital ecosystem. So when we look at it and say, how can we add more value to the members who are already in our digital properties? We follow these 5 transformation rules as well. So we are here to share that today. Number 1, always start with the needs of the consumer. For us, digital first is consumer first. If you put consumer in the middle, look at the whole person. It really becomes very powerful on what experiences you can build. You have to look at the end-to-end health journey. A lot of help there for clinically chronic patients, but tons of work is also available in the lifestyle medicine and preventative space. If we can combine that so that a pre-diabetic doesn't become a diabetic, or at least delay the onset of it for a while, that end-to-end health journey, it becomes a lot more effective, and we can actually extend healthier living years a little longer. Experience driven has to be very important. When you're designing anything, if your expectation in retail and banking and in travel is that you have a super frictionless experience, that when you type in 2 words, automatically the product you're looking for appears in the first page. When you put in your from and to destination and travel dates, automatically the itineraries are getting matched. The expectation for the experience is so high in the rest of the industries and rest of what we do. Why shouldn't healthcare be that way? Experience is going to be the key in terms of, if you put consumer in the middle, it really becomes very, very clear. This is the number 1 thing that we need to do. Number 2, it's all about culture and mindset. That requires us to bring experts and builders together and stay out of the way, empower them, provide them a purpose. Waking up, if I know this is the only thing, I'm going to build the best type 2 diabetes experience in the world. If that purpose is very clear, the lives you're going to help, directly you're going to touch, it becomes very easier for me to focus and build what I need to do. And also measure the value. It's very easier to measure the value when it comes to digital because every signal is measurable. Healthcare is a little bit harder, mainly because some of them are long-term measures, some of them are short-term measures. But if you can put all things together and say, I'm going to be focused on the value on what we're going to deliver, it becomes a lot more easier. So it's all about culture and mindset. The third one is build a tech infrastructure that enables, transformation. In many ways, healthcare today is driven by large subsystems, whether it's EHRs of the world, claims of the world, pharmacy systems, EPIMs, so on and so forth. These subsystems are purpose-built. Now we need an open ecosystem to be able to connect and create that intelligence on top of it. Take a platform approach towards your infrastructure. Be in the place where action is happening. Try to move to cloud. Get there. That's where all this $31 billion of investment is going. Architecture, you got to really get a right architecture in place that allows you to do plug and play. There are tons of innovation that's becoming available in the industry. What is the best way you can actually take something, test it with your members, test it with your patients, and see if it's producing the value it's going to produce? You need an architecture that is scalable and that is plug and play. Data and intelligence is going to be the most important thing in this next wave of transformation. If you look back 10 years ago, a lot of data and intelligence in other industries was used behind the scenes. So if you're in retail, the data was used to understand what is the product you need to buy, how much quantity, which stores needs to stock it, which shelves needs to be stocked in, what's the velocity of a SKU, how do I price it? A lot of data and intelligence was used behind the scenes. What happened in this last 10 years in retail is that data and intelligence was given to the consumer so they can make better decisions. When you're searching for a product, it automatically appears. A lot of the calculation is helping you. When you're looking for an Uber, automatically you don't think about fleet availability, traffic patterns, none of that. Automatically, the right car appears for you, actually. If you're putting in from and to destination, you're able to get the right itinerary because the intelligence is applied in helping you make a better decision as a consumer. In healthcare, that has to happen. If I understand what am I drinking, what am I eating, how much am I walking and my activity, and how well am I sleeping, if I have all that intelligence, help me live and lead a better life. That's the expectation the consumers are heading into. Do we have the right infrastructure and technology to be able to actually pave that path? So number 3 is about building that. The fourth one is the ways of working. If a lot of what we talked about, what we need to build, how we build needs also really matters. Adopting an agile mindset and agile ways of working is very, very important. Lean on progress over perfection. It's important that we all have hypotheses on what works and what's the right thing to do, but how do we know what's going to work? Get to the market. Let the consumers tell us what's working. We need a highly collaborative environment. We need physicians, engineers, designers, product managers, everybody sitting at the same table so that they can collectively discuss, get on the same page, and test and deploy. It's also important that you have operational integration behind the scenes. A lot of healthcare applications, like, and it's a nascency when it starts, it's a standalone experience. I can track my sleep patterns. I can track my cardiac rhythms. But if I cannot share that with my primary care physician, what good is it for? You got to think about integrated operations. Everything in healthcare needs to have the other end of the stethoscope. If one end of the stethoscope is the patient, the other end of the stethoscope is a care team. How do we create integrated operations? So the adopting agile ways of working is going to be important. The last one, all of this can be, we can write articles about it, read articles about it. We can get consultants to help us think about it. But it really comes down to people. We got to invest in the right people. We got to get the people not only from the industry, but outside the industry coming in so that we can blend the best of both. Diversity is going to be very important. When you're looking at accessibility, when you're looking at, how do we communicate that with a multilingual capability, diversity in thinking is going to be very, very important. Collective mindset is important. No single person is going to have the right answer, but collectively we can get to the right answer. When we look at the people, it's also important that we invest time in coaching and mentoring existing staff to be able to operate in this new world, think in this new world, deliver in this new world. That requires a good amount of coaching and mentoring and a support structure. It does not happen with one-hour training. It requires sustained efforts to be able to raise the bar for all of the workforce. So these 5 principles are very important. If we can have these 5, future of healthcare is very robust. What we are looking at is every company will be a wellness company. Every company is paying attention to their health of their employees. It's very clear. That's one of the biggest lessons we learned. But they're leaning in with resources to help to get better as well. Healthcare is about digital first. Digital first is about consumer first. Affordability and equity is going to be super critical in this next era. And this digital transformation is going to be is the key to unlock that. Thank you for the session. Hopefully you enjoyed and some key takeaways here. And I appreciate TiEcon for providing me this opportunity to be here and share our learnings. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. That was an amazing talk by Prat Vemana, CDO at Kaiser Permanente, where he and his organization have figured out how to manage costs, increase efficiency, and still keep that bar high on the quality of care delivered. So I hope you learned and enjoyed it just as much as I did. And up next, we now have another session, which is another very interesting conversation that will happen between the creators of innovation and the consumers of innovation. Hi. In this upcoming session, we have a very interesting conversation that will happen between the creators of innovation and the consumers of innovation. Abhinav Sashank is the CEO and co-founder of Innovaser, a leading San Francisco-based health cloud technology company that is committed to helping all of healthcare to truly care as one. He represents the creators of innovation. Prat Vemana, who you heard from earlier today, the CDO of Kaiser Permanente, is creating digital-first experiences. Prat brings a wealth of experience leading this type of work across various verticals and is instrumental in driving a transformational shift across healthcare. He represents the consumers of innovation. Moderating this session is Chris Waugh, who is chairing TI Healthcare Track at TiEcon and is also the Chief Design and Innovation Officer at Sutter. His prior experiences include IDEO and One Medical, and I have to say, I've had the pleasure of working with him through this TiEcon, and he's amazing. He will be moderating this very exciting conversation on data readiness, the key to unlocking industry collaboration. Over to you, Chris.
Thanks so much, Dipti. And Abhinav and Prat, thank you for joining today. In healthcare, we talk often about improving the experience, creating the best possible clinical outcomes, making healthcare more affordable and accessible. And it's often about having the right people at the right time in the right place doing the right things. And I feel on our fireside chat today that is represented, and so excited to talk to you. So let's hop right in and talk about data. And we'd like to talk about in our conversation today through the lens of how it's helping people. So Abhinav, first with you, let's talk a little bit about why is healthcare so behind other industries in this transformation? And what are the barriers that need to be overcome to bring healthcare into this digital age?
Yeah, no, absolutely, Chris. Firstly, it's such a pleasure to basically be here, with you and Pratt, talking about how we could sort of really transform the industry. As you really sort of pointed out, there is so much to be done in healthcare. I think we're in the point in our lives where everything around us in general has changed, right? There were taxis and there is Uber, and there was basically retail, and then there is Amazon, and so much of change has basically happened over the last decade that we any industry does not really look the same apart from healthcare, right? So I think a large part of that has basically been because of the fact of on how we've sort of been structured as an industry in some ways, and also given how the technology adoption has basically happened over the last multiple years. So I think that is the problem that we're really trying to sort of solve at Innovaser. When we started as a horizontal technology company. We were still 23, 24 years old when we started off the company, and we looked at our first, and we were building a data platform for enterprises to open up their data and really create data liquidity so that further software innovation can basically happen. And at that point, when we looked at our first healthcare customer, this was basically a large health system based in the Midwest. We looked at the technology that was being used and how it was sort of helping caregivers and helping patients in general. And it was strange, the most important things in our lives, which is the care that we sort of receive, do not really have the level of technology and that can basically really help either the caregivers in the most apt way, or can basically help the patients receive care in the most apt way. Data was fragmented. It was there was no 360-degree view of the patient that was in front of the doctor. Everyone was looking at the patient as a transactional thematic. You've come here, you have this disease, we'll treat this disease and we'll basically let you go. That was how everything was happening. And so therefore that is how technology was really functioning. And I think when we looked at it for the first time as the young 23, 24-year-old naive kids, we were like, this is the problem to go solve, right? How hard can it be? And as soon as we dug into it, we're like, oh my God, what did we get into? So it's hard, right? For the first health system that we basically made live, we connected 50 plus EHR systems that they were using. We connected 20 claim systems that they were using, and created a 360-degree view of what they basically looked at the patient. When they looked at it for the first time, they were like, oh my God, we know so much about this patient, right? And so if you put the right kind of information in front of the caregiver, if you put the right kind of information in front of anyone who's delivering care, that's basically bound to have a dramatically positive impact. And over the last I think 5-6 years, we've been working to basically take our technology and deploy it at health system by health system, providers by providers in so many places. But and I think the impact that we are seeing, and we talk about it over the course of is incredible. We are seeing quality of care go up. We are basically seeing more coordination of care. We're seeing basically cost of care go down. We are a lot of outcomes that all of us basically want for healthcare. If we put the information in the right way and put it in front of the right stakeholders, I think it will start happening automatically to a certain extent. So that's, I think, one of the most fundamental shifts, creating the data liquidity to really help drive the right kind of behavior change would basically be the biggest theme, I would say. And Pratt has so much more information and insight about this than I have, so I'll basically defer to him about his insights on that as well.
Yeah, Abhinav, two things that you're saying I think that really resonate. One is healthcare has been talking this game for a long time, but not actually acting. So what's so refreshing is the velocities increasing, adoptions happening, and you're seeing the results. So this is not, wouldn't it be neat if, it is actually happening. And we are fortunate that you chose as a young person to apply your talents to this industry. And I'm so glad you did. The other thing that was interesting in what you said is you're unlocking what's already there. So in your story there, the data was already there. It just needed to be brought forth in the right way at the right time. But it wasn't that you weren't even scratching the surface on combining data sets, which I'm sure we're going to get to throughout the course of our conversation. But Prat, I know you're probably chomping at the bit here. Let's invite you into the conversation. What you've also had a lot of experience outside of healthcare and have chosen to apply your talents in this industry. Why does healthcare lag behind other industries, and what do you think can be done, or what are you doing to unlock the inertia?
Thank you. First of all, pleasure to be with you, Chris, and I've been now sharing the stage. What a panel to be with, right? So when you look at, what I've been now highlighted is the fragmentation in the data value chain. I would say, there is even a fragmentation in the entire value chain, right? What is the incentive? What is the incentive for a provider? What is an incentive for a payer? Who has the best incentive for overarching health and wellness for a patient when you really look at it? When you have this fragmented value chain, it creates misincentives in terms of really bringing things together for the consumer. In retail, you talked about, the industry that I came from. It's all about getting the right product at the lowest, the best value possible for the customer at the most convenient way, right? As simple as that. The entire value chain works towards lowering that cost, getting the high quality product to the customer. How do you replicate that in healthcare? It's very tricky when you look at it from an incentive perspective. Kaiser Permanente has a unique advantage being an integrated health system that we have both, we have the right incentive. We can really do the right thing for the member, and we've been doing the right thing for the member. By putting member in the middle, what it allows us to do is take a step back and look at what is the right health experience. How do we extend the healthy years for the member? When they are chronically ill, how do we take care of their end-to-end experience, not just at the time of intervention that's needed? When you're going through an episodic treatment, how do we put all the information together in a way that the physician can make the best decision at the time of intervention and do the right thing for them to take care of the patient? So when you look at that end-to-end incentive, an integrated system can do it. Other systems have struggled, and that's what you're seeing in terms of bringing things together, right? We are seeing a little bit of the change now with pandemic. It has accelerated quite a bit, and actually the change, I would say, is driven from the patients, to the most part, because they are ahead. I mean, they have the information at their fingertips, and they are asking for more questions. They're asking more information, and I think the health systems has to catch up to it.
Pat, you said something there. It's kind of casually, but it's important to pull out, and that is the product experience that you're describing. The outcome of that is a longer life. Is what you said there, and also the quality of the life of the years lived. And I think what's amazing is that is the output of this data experience. And I know you both agree that data is really the currency of the relationship. It is the way to, of course, information flow back and forth, but it's also a way to gain understanding and empathy and really great insight as to what might be the most important next step. And it's not always easy to do that. And I appreciate your comments there, Prat. So Prat, one more for you there on digital first. What does that mean for you at Kaiser, and how does the organization create this engaging digital layer? Again, a lot of talk about this. I know I've seen some of your work, and it's awe-inspiring in terms of just how fast you're taking the organization forward digitally. But what does that mean for you, and how are you creating an engaging digital experience?
Thank you, Chris. The digital first is actually consumer first. It really comes down to putting consumer in the middle of the decision making and design everything around them what is the right thing for the consumer, both in terms of their experience that they need to provide and the care that they need to get. If I can combine that and design the processes around it and the operational capabilities around it, it really brings to life. I'll tell you a story that happened, right? Last year around October, we launched 24/7 online urgent care. We call it Get Care Now. So one of the reasons we were turning this on, 6 a.m. I was on the call. With the digital, it's, so the backend operations is ready. Everybody's, ready to go. We turn the button on, so the button appears. So no fanfare, no email, no nothing. The button just appears. 6 a.m., 6:03, first patient is a pediatric patient. A mom with a sick child talks to the doctor, gets diagnosed, and the physician said, "Oh, for this, I'm going to, order a He first of all pulls the records of the patient, looks at, okay, here's the pre-existing condition. Okay, this looks like a repeat. So why don't we prescribe you the same medication?" And, gets the medication. "And by the way, do you want to pick up or do you want to get it delivered?" "No, I'll go pick up. I'm going to go that way this afternoon. So I'll pick up the medication." "Okay, that's good." So the call ended in like 8 minutes. And what that mom told me is like, told us is like just powerful. She said like, "I didn't know this feature exists and it's a godsend. I have 4 kids. I would have been looking for like babysitters, and like this would have been a 4-hour urgent care deal. The fact that I could get in and 8 minutes, I'm done with it, is just like such a relief for me, right?" So that was the comment. And the net promoter score for us on that product right now is around 96 actually, right? So, what that highlights is that when you put the member first, give them exactly what the wait times are, you see them, provide them the consult, pull them to Abhinav's point, pull the previous record and history, so know the patient a little bit, prescribe the medication, and create the convenience, whether you want to get it delivered or not. If you stitch everything together, all of this exists. We stitched it together in a way that it is coming together as an integrated experience for the patient. For us, digital first is consumer first. And that is that experience that we are talking about, right?
Thanks, Pat. Great. It's a great example. And just thinking about, as a parent, I can relate. And all that time savings is, yeah, a babysitter and a 4-hour wait, not to mention, who knows if that appointment would have been on time, et cetera, et cetera. Abhinav, data is really the fuel source behind the experience that that Prat's describing here. What is the role of an enterprise data platform in supporting digital first strategies like Prat's? And why is that happening now? If you could comment a bit on the velocity and why now, and why are you seeing faster adoption?
Yep. I think firstly, I think Brad, like the story, it was just like, it's just incredible what we can basically do if we basically like get tech to basically work in the right way in healthcare. Like I think the impact, like that is why all of us basically who basically been working in tech have left like tech and have like come and like, okay, healthcare is basically what we want to do. I think the impact is just like insane, like and the kind of things that you can really drive like for a person's life is just like incredible, right? So I think firstly, just I think that and that motivation for people to sort of like more tech people should basically like come and really like work in healthcare. The impact that we can really have like here, I don't think there is basically like anything as meaningful from a change perspective that like anyone can sort of like drive. So I think like I've been one of those people that have been like, well, like, what are you doing? Come work in healthcare. That's basically one of the things that we should be all sort of like really driving for more and more tech people to sort of like be here. Now, to your point, basically like Chris, right? Like what Pratt basically like mentioned from a story perspective, right? Kaiser is one of the only systems in the country where you could do this easily. Like there is probably like very few places like in the country that you could do it, just because of the fact that like information fragmentation is just like at a different level altogether. How do you basically bring that 360-degree view of the patient together and stitch it for the doctor? What are you basically talking about? Here is the context about the member. If you basically have a conversation, these are things that they have sort of already they've gone and tested here. They can pick up, this is their address, here is where they can basically pick up their pharmacy from. All of this information, as Pratt said, resides somewhere. It's not that that information does not exist today, but it's just in a different place, in a different system, in a different configuration somewhere. Right. And I think for far too long, the economic incentive to basically treat the patient information or the member as a member did not exist. Right. It existed for Kaiser because, as Pratt mentioned, that Kaiser has always been the value-based care leader forever. Right. But for the rest of the country, it did not exist. Right. It did not exist in because fee-for-service transactional systems, that is how everything was sort of being driven. Now all of a sudden economic models are evolving. You're seeing ACO reach, you're seeing direct contracting, you're seeing employers wanting providers to take more and more risk. You're seeing more and more of the risk bearing and providers becoming risk bearing entities to a certain extent. Now you cannot basically take risk on a population without understanding the population well enough. You cannot basically not have a 360-degree view of the patient to a certain extent. So I think that's basically becoming a big forcing function. That if someone does not really have a data platform or an enterprise platform that really unlocks information from all of these sources and really creates a 360-degree view that then downstream sort of allows for more and more innovation, whether that's on virtual care, whether that's on engagement, whether that's on care coordination, and whether that's on basically chronic condition sort of management, right? All of these themes can be knitted together as an experience, as Pratt was saying, around the member to drive better quality of care, better experience of care, and lower cost of care. Right. And now I think for the first time there is economic incentive around it. One of the things that I basically keep saying that the only reason that digital health has boomed over the last 5-7 years is because value-based care has existed. If there was no value-based care, there was no digital health. Because then everyone's incentive was transactional, right? And for the first time, people really want to either care about a disease end to end, they want to care about a member end to end, and they want to deliver care in a longitudinal manner rather than delivering it in a transactional manner. So I think that economic shift is basically the biggest shift that is driving the need of an inherent technological shift, and which therefore basically necessitates some kind of data enterprise platform that allows for them to sort of do this. That would be the highest level view that I'd have.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly, it resonates so much. And we see that in our own system as well, as the value-based environments are the ones that shine a light and really accelerate the opportunity. So the other thing I'd say is, to your point on everyone should come to healthcare, I couldn't agree with you more there too. And while it's hard, the outcomes, once you've tasted, what it does for people in their lives, I can't imagine going back to something else where it's about faster food delivery times or things that certainly have meaning in the world, but not to this level. So I agree that having talent come in, and I think it's exactly the type of work that the two of you are doing, that the environment can see that it's happening, that this is finally the time that it's happening, and hopefully that will attract more and more talent. The other thing that's nice is the innovators unite. I think, we all, the three of us, represent different things, but what I've seen in this industry is it's very willing to share with itself in the spirit of advancing people's lives. I think at the end of the day, we know what it's all about, which is helping people have better, healthier lives. So next question, to keep the conversation going here, and thank you so much. This is awesome talking to you guys. collaboration. So as we go beyond where we are now and we start to think about different data sets coming from different places and how a health system can create that 360-degree look, Abhinav, that you've talked about, and I know that you're working on, Prat. Why is that collaboration so important? And are there some early examples you'd both be willing to share about collaboration and uniting data sets being the kind of currency to create that collaboration?
Great question. Collaboration is the key for us to really tap into the potential of what healthcare can be, right? If you really look at across the organization, across the industry, across the countries, what pandemic taught us is there are multiple levels of collaboration that needs to happen, right? When you look at public-private partnership, health equity was, or inequality was very clear as the pandemic was roaring through many countries. If we didn't have the right public-private partnership, we wouldn't have been able to actually bring things together. That collaboration, sharing information, which zip codes are receiving the vaccines, which are not receiving the vaccines, where the tests are effective, where the tests are not effective, what's the rate of spread, so on and so forth. It forced us to come together as one, as one country and share information so that the right information is out there and we can make some of the decisions that we can make. The second level is the industry to industry collaboration. This is going to be very critical, right? It is about to Abhinav's point, no single system, single system has its own incentive, but put together, member becomes the incentive actually, their health becomes the incentive, right? If we look at that model, what does it mean to have a pharma and a delivery system working together and share that knowledge and share the information so that the drug pipeline and its effectiveness and the speed in which it can be, these trials can go and the effectiveness of the trials, the latency of so on and so forth, this innovation unlock is going to really be big as we start looking at the industry to industry collaboration. To your point, Chris, I think this is one industry where people are willing to come into this, come to the table and have a conversation and say, what does that mean? How do we bring it together? Yeah. The third type of collaboration I look at is startups. If you look at the last year, 2021, $31 billion went into venture capital, went into the industry itself. When you combine that with what we can bring in, you can see if you type in type 2 diabetes, I bet you can find a dozen apps in the App Store right now, right? You type in maternity, you can find another dozen apps together. But here's the reality. You can track your diabetes as a standalone experience, or if you can share that with your primary care physician and have a conversation on how these two can come together. And if the primary care physician has access to that data and can look at your day-to-day vitals, your day-to-day tracking and what was abnormal and so on and so forth, the combined effectiveness is going to be much more higher. So what we're going to see very soon, as this $31 billion kicking in all this innovation, there is going to be a need for them to be working inside health system. We need this integrated ecosystem. Interoperability will help, but it's not going to be enough to actually bring things together. It has to go way beyond that. These integrations are going to be very critical. And I think that is the third type of innovation, where integration, where collaboration, where the startup ecosystems and the large corporations have to come together so that collectively it's good for the patient, it's good for the member, right? And we have shown that when we work with Samsung on cardiac rehab program, a watch by itself can track activities, but if I can combine that activities with a condition and a care team behind, the outcomes are really, really good, right? So it's a clear use case that we talked about. So there is a huge opportunity for collaboration in this industry.
It's an incredible point. And just knowing just a single condition like diabetes would be, Omada, Verda, Lavanga, there's many places to go. And then if you take it over to mental health, there's Ginger, there's so many great startups in that space, Octave and so many others. But as you said, data is really the the flow to organize through, say, a primary care doctor. And just think about the excitement around the home, the car, the body, pushing out, more and more information. And Abhinav, anything you'd like to share there? I know that it's really exciting. I'm personally excited about things like with the fires in Northern California were horrific. We knew where the fires were. We knew the wind shifted. We knew the smoke was coming. We know who our asthmatic patients are. We know who needs an inhaler refilled. Why not just direct ship to their doorstep, right? That we have that information now. Now that is not live today in the system, but that's an example of starting to combine data sets in a really potent way. Abhinav, I'll leave the last word to you. Unfortunately, this went very quickly and we are going to run out of time at this fireside chat, but Abhinav, close us out with your thoughts on where this is all going.
Yeah, no, I think, Chris, just to your point, basically, I think on collaboration, the key to this basically being successful is collaboration. I don't think anyone is basically going to solve all of it by themselves. No one is, right? So the key is how do you bring stakeholders together? As Pratt was basically mentioning, how do you bring life sciences and tech and providers and payers and everyone sort of together in this common theme for I'm going to basically create better health outcomes for the patients, and I'm going to make it cheaper and more affordable, so that it becomes health basically becomes more equitable per se. And I think for us and as we are sort of working with our customers, care as one and the entire thematic of bringing stakeholders together has basically been at the center of everything that we've sort of been doing. We've opened up some of the cool things that we've been doing is we've opened up the ecosystem where everyone is basically building apps and software for the health system, and we've now basically opened up that you use basically all of the work that we've done in integrating these data streams and then basically build softwares on fire standards, all of those type of things. Now suddenly basically the 15 health startups that we are sort of working with have access to 50 health systems that they can basically go work with all of a sudden. They didn't have to basically do anything from that perspective. Similarly, we are collaborating with Roche, where they're basically building up clinical decision support tools, and in collaboration with various health systems, trying to basically figure out which disease areas, what is the science, the best in breed sort of science that exists in that, and how do we collaboratively come up with the best care pathways that we should really drive towards. None of this, each one of these entities could basically do on their own. But if all of us basically came together and really drove towards I think the common goals in general, there is so much to be done, and I think we are going to achieve so much more and not basically be stuck in this closed system of I need to own stuff. You can't basically fight a closed system with a closed system. You need to fight it with an open system. And hopefully, our hope generally for the long term for healthcare technology as well as for healthcare is that it just becomes more open, more broadly. We've been in this horizon of everyone wanting to own more and not basically open up and collaborate. I think everyone is going to win more if they basically collaborated more, and which is probably the thesis of value oriented sort of care, and just probably been the Kaiser care model in some way forever. So I'm super excited about where we are in today's basically point of time, and how it's basically set up for a really fantastic digital first value oriented future of healthcare. And if you were a technology person wanting to do healthcare, I don't think there is a better time for you to basically go do it than what it is today.
That's right, Abhinav. And I'm sure Pratt would agree what you just described there for the entrepreneurs or the entrepreneur inside everyone. What you just described will save a founder years of development to come into that environment and be able to build that quickly. So just kudos to you, and Pratt, thank you for joining today. This has been an amazing conversation. I know I'm inspired. I know many people, as you've described, Abhinav and Pratt, this is a really exciting time to get into this space. And the sky's the limit in terms of the capacity and the velocity of adoption. So appreciate both of you and look forward to talking to you further.
Perfect. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Abhinav.
Amazing. Chris, Abhinav, Pratt, thanks for an amazing session. Digital first is the way to go, and consumer first is the approach. And we need to connect these disconnected silos and bring together the entire P2P ecosystem, the patients, the providers, physicians, of course, the payers, as well as the pharma companies, so that we can really get this 360-degree view, at the point of care. That's the only way to improve the quality, reduce the cost, and really, that's the way to the future. Well, we have another great session coming up, a wonderful panel, Unleashing Precision Medicine from Bench to Bedside. And moderating that panel is Zinia Tata. I know her for at least a couple decades, and an innovation strategist, futurist, a humanitarian person who has been facilitating application of innovation in technology to make world a better place to live. And as a chief impact officer for XPRIZE, she's been focusing on moonshots, not one, not two, but over a couple dozens. Her claim to fame is her work with Elon Musk to remove carbon, over $100 million, and saving billions of dollars for the future generations. She's very close in terms of applying for the healthcare, and particularly for precision medicine. Before that, she was executive director at IDE. We share a common mentor, Dr. Paul Pollock, a founder of IDE, who single-handedly uplifted over 25 million families, and kudos to him. And she was really, helped him in, at least a dozen different countries around the world. A fun fact, with a name like Tata, carrying the Tata gene, as a child, she wanted to be an astronaut, but at least she settled for being one of the first woman pilot in the 80s in Mumbai. So, a very bold Tata, Zinia, very bold steps she's taken, very bold moves she has made, and she's made a tremendous impact, on the things around the world. So great to have Zinia, you as a moderator for this exciting panel, a very amazing time where technology and science is coming together to improve the human health. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mohan. Hello, everybody. We have assembled a really fun panel today to talk about precision medicine. And we're coming to you from mostly, I think, California, and Payal is in New York. And so here we are in the US, and I know our viewers are from all over. So precision medicine today represents a pretty exciting opportunity to improve the future of individualized healthcare for all citizens, holding a lot of promise for diagnoses of diseases, treatment, and prevention as well. So what is precision medicine? Well, precision medicine looks at genetics, environment, and lifestyle of an individual in order to select a treatment that would best suit them. There are high expectations for the future of precision medicine and its accompanying technology sets, right? Its tools. And the high expectations are that it'll change everything. It'll be widely implemented for the benefit of society. But will scientists, innovators, healthcare providers, and technologists actually be able to do that? Will they actually be able to accelerate drug discovery, provide the most suitable medicine at the right dose and the right time for the right person, all at a reasonable cost? These are some of the big outstanding questions. And here are some of the discussions that we're going to have today. So we have 4 amazing minds who will give you a glimpse of the current status and the future potential of precision medicine. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce our panelists, and then we've got a very short time for some questions. So let's go to it. First, let me introduce Dr. Mehul Amin. Dr. Amin is an internationally recognized pathologist, academician, entrepreneur, and an executive. He's the clinical professor of pathology and lab medicine at University of Tennessee Health Sciences Center and the Department of Urology at the Keck School of Medicine. He is also vice president, medical director of LabCorp. He's also the co-founder of Core Diagnostics, a large reference lab based in New Delhi, India, and now serving several cities in India and neighboring countries. Dr. Amin is a prolific author, co-authored 10 medical books, 400 papers, and travels worldwide speaking on precision diagnostics. He's most well known for his work as the editor-in-chief of the latest edition of the Cancer Bible, staging book that outlines staging of cancer patients worldwide. Welcome, Dr. Amin. Then I would like to introduce Dr. Chris Hack. He is the EVP and Head of Research and Development and Chief Medical Officer at Elysia Therapeutics, which develops novel immunotherapies with a focus on cancer. Chris is a medical oncologist and geneticist, PhD, who loves the transition from bench to bedside. He began as an attending physician while leading a translational lab at UCSF, and then led drug development across large and small biotech companies for cell therapy, biologics, and small molecules, including serving as lead clinician for the pivotal study for the prostate cancer drug Zytiga. And in his free time, Chris enjoys traveling to dark sky locations to take astrophotographs of deep sky objects. Welcome, Chris. And Paul. Dr. Paul Billings is an internist and medical geneticist with research interests in immunology and precision medicine using novel genetic and other methods. He recently joined Biological Dynamics in San Diego as CEO and director after a 4-year stint as CMO of Natera, the publicly traded national leader in women's health, oncology, and organ health testing. Biological Dynamics has a novel proprietary bioanalyte and nanoparticle isolation platform that allows rapid, detailed, inexpensive, and accurate multi-omic analysis of blood and other fluids for disease screening, early detection, and other purposes. Welcome, Paul. And last, and far from the least, is Dr. Payal Das, the principal researcher and master inventor at IBM Research AI. Payal has been conducting research on statistical physics, neuro and physics-inspired machine learning, and machine creativity. Her recent work focuses on AI for accelerated science, trusted AI, and AI democratization. Her excellent work has been recognized by the Harvard Belfort Center of Technology for Public Good, and she has also received the IBM Outstanding Technical Award. Welcome, Payal. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. So let's jump in with our first question. And Mahul, this one is for you. So today we are exploring new frontiers of precision medicine that are transforming traditional practice paradigms, the old paradigm, right, of diagnose, treat, and hope for a cure. So can you please give our audiences a quick overview of how this paradigm is being shifted and what exactly are the technologies and the methodologies that are accelerating this shift?
Sure. Thank you, Xenia, for the opportunity to be here. I'll help set the stage for a fascinating, hopefully fascinating conversation. So at the center of precision medicine is the ability to study the DNA, the RNA, and protein in both normal and disease cells. Unfortunately, in the last decade, we used to study one analyte at a time. In the last 2 decades, at the turn of the century, the fortuitous convergence of high throughput technologies that allow us to, and that's called next generation sequencing, that allow us to look at any of the nearly 3 billion base pairs of the DNA, 25,000 or so RNAs, and almost 500,000 proteins, along with advanced computational methods in a clinically actionable time, is really the great changer that has brought precision medicine into reality. Now, precision medicine is a broad topic, and I will restrict my comments to cancer as an example, because for context, 1 in 3 Americans will develop cancer in their lifetime. Now, in the last century, a person with, say, breast cancer or lung cancer was treated with a standardized approach, usually with radical surgery to remove all the diseased tissue, radiation or chemotherapy, which although highly effective against the cancer cells, also indiscriminately kill normal cells with heavy side effects. The approach was then, therefore, a one-size-fits-all approach, and the treatment was based in the same way for all patients on the basis of population-based evidence. Precision medicine, as you know, uses the genetic makeup of the cancer cell and targets the very drivers, which we refer to as mutations, and stops the growth of tumors. Therefore, two cancers that can clinically present the same way, look the same under the microscope, could be treated in completely new ways based on the molecular makeup. This information, DNA, RNA, or protein, can now be extended into biochemical characteristics of the cells, what is referred to as metabolomics, looking at the lipid or the carbohydrate or the protein or hormonal profile, and allows us to do really 5 things. It provides a relevant molecular diagnosis, what we call the molecular classification. Secondly, it allows us to prognosticate or tell how the cancer will perform. Third, and most importantly, it'll tell us how to potentially treat the cancer, which are the actionable events in those molecular changes. Fourth, it'll allow us to understand the hereditary predisposition to cancer, which we refer to as germline testing. These are the molecular or genetic defects that all individuals are born with, of course, each with different predispositions. And these genetic defects predispose individuals to cancer. And so the germline testing would be useful. And finally, we know cancers progress. And so precision medicine allows us the promise to detect cancer early at a pre-microscopic level and prevent recurrence, what we call detecting minimal residual disease. So in a way, as you have started, we go from that one-size-fits-all paradigm to treating the right person for the right patient at the right time with minimal side effects. Now, cancer is indiscriminate and affects people across all socioeconomic barriers, but I'd like to give you 2 specific examples very briefly to bring home the promise of precision medicine. In February 2013, Angelina Jolie, named the most beautiful woman in the world by Vogue and People magazine, an actress, a humanitarian, had a bilateral mastectomy, removal of both her breasts, because she had an inherited gene called the BRCA1, which gave her an 87% likelihood of developing breast cancer. 3 months after having both her breasts removed, her aunt, who had that same inherited disease, died of the cancer. 2 years later, Miss Jolie had an operation to remove both her fallopian tubes and ovaries because of a 50% chance that she would manifest ovarian cancer. Finally, in August 2015, Jimmy Carter, then 91, announced that he had melanoma, a skin cancer that had spread to the liver and brain. Most patients would die of disease with this spread at this age. Mr. Carter received radiation and immunotherapy based on the cancer makeup of the cell and the immune cells, which were targeted to eliminate his cancer cells, immunotherapy and anti-PD-1 therapy. 3 months later, his lesions resolved. Today, at the age of 97, Jimmy Carter is the longest living US president in modern history. So over the years, newer technologies, AI, immunotherapies, liquid biopsies, which we are going to talk about today, and improvements in molecular diagnostics and treatments has put precision medicine on steroids. It gives us a truly transformative opportunity to drive home this new paradigm of healthcare.
Thank you so much, Mehul. So Chris, let's jump into some of the specifics here with your work. So let's focus for a moment on drug discovery. Can you tell us how biomarkers are transforming the time and cost of immunology drug discovery?
Yes, thank you so much. And again, it's a delight to be able to participate in this panel. My love is to really help to translate from bench to bedside. And in that context, the advent of precision medicine and the liquid biopsies that Mehul introduced you to is making an enormous difference. We take many years with long follow-up for events like overall survival or disease-free survival in order to establish the approvals for new drugs that can work in the early stages of cancer treatment, where patients have a chance to be cured of their disease. And that whole paradigm for drug development is now really being turned on its head by the availability of biomarkers that can actually show which patients are in fact at risk of progressing. And it has a lot of implications for how we conduct early clinical trials. One of the areas that I work in oncology involves patients that may have received radiation treatment as their initial therapy for cancer. And in order to understand, for example, if they have a mutation in a gene that might predispose them to risk or even to become eligible for treatment on a clinical trial, there isn't any tumor tissue that traditional pathologists could take a look at. And that's where circulating tumor DNA can really help us out. We can have patients like that undergo the liquid biopsy, which just uses a blood sample, and then the gene analysis from that can identify if they in fact have a mutation that a new drug candidate will target. The one that my group and I work on is an immunotherapy for patients who have a mutation in a cancer gene called RAS. And these RAS genes are present in a quarter of patients. So when Mulhu was mentioning 1 out of 3 people in America will develop cancer, well, since 1/4 of those tumors have a RAS gene, that means that 1 out of every 12 of us actually will experience a cancer with one of these RAS genes mutated during their lifetimes. So it's an enormous public health issue for us, and we have a real opportunity using immunotherapy to take advantage of the advances in precision medicine to be able to treat early. So what we can do is utilize these new tests that have become available over the last few years to identify the patients that in fact maintain the biomarker indicating that they are at high risk for a relapse or progression event, even despite completing surgery or radiation as the initial treatment for their tumor. And that gives us an ability to speed up the entire process of drug development, because whereas in the past we would have to enroll perhaps thousands of patients to be able to take a look for rare progression events, we can now enroll a smaller number of people that are at the higher risk for the spread of the tumor and intervene with a new candidate that may help to reduce the risks of relapse. We know particularly for the kinds of treatment for cancer that involve the immune system that can be a big advantage. We learned that in trials for CAR T therapies, where it was observed that when patients with a lower bulk of cancer were treated, they would often have a durable and complete remission, whereas patients that were treated at a later stage where the disease had become more bulky often got some benefit, but not as long lasting. So that's the idea, and it's a very exciting week because I wanted to point out to the listeners that in fact FDA has just issued their first guidance for the use of one of these precision biomarkers, circulating tumor DNA, for early stage solid tumor drug development. That draft guidance came out on Monday and really highlights some of the concepts that we're now using as we advance the field. One of the most useful ways to look at the new biomarker is that not only do we include patients to participate in a study on its basis, but we can even follow that over time and then see the drop in marker like circulating tumor DNA and use that to guide us of which dose may be the most effective, so that we would take that one forward into the later stage trials. So it's an exciting time. We're starting to be able to take advantage of the developments in the field and actually implement them now into our clinical study designs with the promise to greatly accelerate the whole process of getting a drug to the marketing approval timeline.
That's fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Paul, there's already been, both speakers have mentioned liquid biopsy, and it would really help to jump into your work in liquid biopsy and help us understand how this work helps us usher in this kind of new treatment paradigm. So kind of shifting, especially with acute diseases. And I know there's been some talk of cancer already, but when you and I talked, you educated me on the fact that liquid biopsy isn't just for cancer; it's being used for other things as well. So please talk a little bit about that as well. So how is this shift happening with liquid biopsies?
Well, first let me say I too am honored to be part of this panel and part of this meeting. Both Chris and Mehul have given just absolutely very interesting and important and detailed background information. It's great to follow them. I will say, as a geneticist, Mehul kind of gave you an introduction to the great progress that's being made in human genetics during my lifetime. Most of the variations, and we're finding as we do more whole exome and more whole genome sequencing, most of the variations that we're finding are benign. Normal variations are not really defects of any sort, really. And it's really one of the great efforts now is to identify those mutations, those variations, which are indeed pathological, which contribute to disease or the development of either acute or chronic diseases or responses to diseases or drugs, and those which are just part of the normal process of evolution and human development. So that's a really interesting area. And we're evolving our knowledge about these things. But look, we have a tradition in medicine. We have several traditions in medicine, I would say. One is empiricism. Doctors have acted empirically for centuries to try to help their patients. Two, we have a long tradition of ineffectiveness of our interventions, of our treatments. Most diseases haven't been treatable until recently. And we've also noticed that some of these treatments have gone up in expense, right? Where, the cost of surgery, the cost of new biotechnology drugs, et cetera, have gone up dramatically. We have a history of toxicity of those drugs and toxicity even of the workups, the diagnostic workups. I mean, when you stick a needle or have to open someone up to do a biopsy, there's toxicity there, and we have to face that. And of course, then we have also the history of very long clinical trials, arduous. As Chris just said, we now have new tools that maybe will help us shorten and focus those trials a little bit, but the clinical trials process, mostly for our safety, has been long and arduous. So having new tools that could lessen those traditions of empiricism and ineffectiveness and toxicity and so forth would be wonderful additions. And that is the other side of what people call precision medicine. So what biological dynamics and frankly what Natera did, right? Natera, where I was is a very important contributor to the story about cell-free DNA and ctDNA. Natera uses cell-free DNA in prenatal diagnosis, uses ctDNA in oncology work, and uses cell-free DNA for organ health as well, for looking for rejection of transplanted organs. So it is a company that has really commercialized and grown around using blood-based DNA markers, DNA analysis, as a surrogate, as a substitute for more invasive, more toxic, more ineffective ways of assessing a disease state before. What biological dynamics has done is create a novel new platform that will increase the amount of information we get from biological fluids. And those fluids could be plasma, they could be urine, they could be CSF, they could be saliva, all sorts of biological fluids. And what biological dynamics can do is isolate various components of that fluid very fast, inexpensively, potentially even do it at outside the laboratory at someone's home and provide analytic tools, whether they be multi-omic, DNA, RNA, proteins. It could be epigenomics, could be metabolomics assessments, and then allow the analysis to be done in the cloud and the report to be generated in that way. So we're trying to amp up the amount of information that one can get from the analysis of biological fluids, the relatively non-invasive. We use primarily blood now, so there is a phlebotomy, and some people don't like phlebotomies, but we only use 250 microliters or 240 microliters of plasma. That's a very small amount. That's, that amount of plasma you can produce in about 1 cc of blood. So, finger stick, something like that would probably work for most of the things that we're interested in. We've focused primarily on looking at exosomes or vesicles that are present in biological fluids, including blood. It's as ubiquitous as cell-free DNA, actually. And we've studied that primarily in oncology, looking to try to improve the early stage diagnosis of tumors, because as Chris and Mehul have suggested, early intervention with a precision, whether it's with surgery and then precision chemotherapies or other kinds of intervention, that's the chance that we could make the biggest impact. Certainly in cancer, we've done some pilot studies looking, for instance, at the delivery of TB diagnosis in HIV patients, where the availability of simple tools to make the diagnosis of TB may not be available, and our platform seems to work nicely for that in a pilot study. And we've looked at CNS diseases as well, whether it be dementia or other degenerative diseases in the CNS, or even trauma to the CNS, which has been difficult to make blood diagnoses of that. But these vesicles, which our platform seems to be able to find, do escape the CNS and cross the blood-brain barrier, and we have markers specifically for them too. So this all suggests that we'll move away from some of the traditional ways that we've assessed disease, and as we get earlier and earlier in the disease process, that we'll use surrogates like blood and other fluids as the demonstrations of the status of the disease and triggers to intervention. And we'll integrate that information with the more historically developed information like traditional pathology and imaging to make more accurate diagnoses. So that's where biological dynamics is going. That's what I've done a lot in my career. And I'm very optimistic that we're going to make some important progress in the next decade or two.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for that, Paul. So you mentioned that there's another side to all of this, which is the technology side. And Payal, I can't think of anybody better than you to talk to about this. So a lot of what we've discussed here today is accelerated, of course, by the convergence of technologies that you work with every day and have been at the forefront of this kind of work. So tell us a little bit about the technologies you're working on and how that is transforming the field and moving us from being more, instead of being reactive, to be more proactive. I think you're still muted, Payal.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a simple technology she can't handle, right?
Yeah. No, the internet on my end dropped for a few minutes, so I have to.
Okay. No worries. Did you hear my question?
No, I didn't. Sorry. I was
okay. Got it. All right. So I can say this about Payal because she and I did a little bit of work together with COVID when the pandemic first broke out, and looking at AI for drug discovery for COVID. So yes, she's brilliant at what she does, and you've been working at the convergence of all these very important technologies that are really foundational to making the shift, right, that we're talking about in precision medicine. So I just want you to tell the audience about some of your work and how your work and the work of others and your colleagues using these enabling technologies is shifting us to be more proactive versus just be reactive when we're treating especially acute diseases like cancer.
Okay, yeah, thanks very much. First of all, it's thanks the organizer and Genia for reaching out, and it's really a great opportunity to be part of this panel. I think the prior speakers, Paul, Krish, and Mahul, they have kind of given a very nice overview of what is precision medicine, what is the need, and where it stands as of now, right? And as we see that, that AI, how it can contribute like technology, because I personally work mostly on AI and sometimes also at the intersection of AI and hybrid cloud and AI and quantum computing, where we do see these technologies help is to make, this kind of discovery, precision medicine more accelerated, more accessible, as well as to help human, to achieve higher success rate in short time. Now, when we talk about this broader goal, one thing I would like to highlight that AI for drug discovery, while there was a lot of hope and hype initially, but that seems to be, being more live. It's catching up with the hype. And now I was just reading a report published in Nature, I think this month, where they showed, that 50% of the drug discovery pipeline that exists as of today, both including pharma and other companies, 50% of them actually are AI driven. And as of only yesterday, we have heard Roche being, also going in that direction where they have opened a new unit which will be focusing on AI for drug discovery. So they are, it seems to be real. And where it can help, I think traditionally we have seen that, data is really the fuel to AI, right? It learns from data. And it can do, good prediction when there is overlap between what the model has learned and what the model needs to predict on. But what we have been seeing in the context of cancer, we have heard of, the genetic and molecular biomarker, as well as what we have seen in the context of the last pandemic, that we really cannot wait to be able to gather enough data and then have the model learn from it and then be able to predict. Right, so because there is a time lag to have that kind of data generated, accumulated, and then being accessible to an AI model. The other thing we have been seeing, I am sure some of at least you have heard about deep fake, right? This kind of thing that AI not only can predict, but it can also generate, create recommendation, new designs. So if we just take these two perspectives, where I do see and where my team has been working here at IBM, us and also the community are working is to make AI models that can learn from general historical data, one, and also be able to predict and design in the context of situation which it hasn't been seen. Given like, a cancer patient, showing a rare mutation, right? Or like, a new target, like, SARS-CoV-2 coming up at a fast pace, right? How big these models can be generalizable to the situation and also making good recommendation. At IBM, we work, at all of the spectrum, going from early stage drug discovery, I would say molecular and material discovery as well, and also to look into the biomarker discovery and work with the clinical trial data as well. But in my team, what we have been working on, more focusing on, can we really create new drug candidates or good inhibitor molecules where the model hasn't seen any of the target data. And we have been using a technology called deep generative AI, which is based on deep learning, and also coming up with more methods, algorithmic ways to control these generative methods, generative AI methods, so it can give us the candidates that are really desired. So we don't have to test thousands to 10,000 to 1 million things at lab, which typically waste a lot of time and cost, and also reduce the success rate, because ultimately the hit rate is very, very small, less than 1% oftentimes. So in that aspect, we have seen success both in terms of discovering novel and low toxic antibiotics, which was truly designed from these AI models and was then tested in lab, right? And then the other thing, another recent work in that direction, that we actually have been able to design new SARS-CoV-2 inhibitor using purely AI, where again the model was not exposed to any of the SARS-CoV-2 data alone. So it just shows that there is enough data available for the model to learn before we focus on a subgroup of patients probably, which is always valuable. I'm not saying that it's not valuable. Of course, it's really great to have that, but it may not be available all the time. Another good point that we do see that this AI designed COVID antivirals, actually it was effective against variant up to Delta or Omicron. So that also shows their potential that when we learn from prior data how much of generalizability, how much of broad spectrum activity we can gain. So with that, we have been focusing on the design, on the discovery side of it, but it doesn't come only as a silo piece on its own. What we also need to focus on the framework, on the ecosystem size for broader adoption, right? And some of the metrics for that, as a broad umbrella, like we call, is trustworthiness. So I am part of IBM Trusted AI department. So we work, on developing new metrics and technology to make AI more precise, more explainable. We often hear that these models are black box, so that they cannot explain, right? So more explainability is one thing. In the context of precision medicine, data right is a very important thing. So it's not like, we can train our model on any data. It's very crucial that we take care of the data right of the training data and use that really in a much better and responsible way. And the last thing is the ethical and responsible uses of this AI. The same AI that we are using for SARS-CoV-2 antiviral, we can come up with a bioweapon, right? So I think, as always, right, it's up to us as the society that how we leverage this powerful technology.
Great.
Right, so policy becomes very important. Yeah. So I'll just summarize. I think with all of that, with AI, quantum computing, as well as hybrid cloud, all of this powerful technology. We do have seen a lot of potential. So it's not like we can say that there is only hype. There is truly hope. And I expect that, as we work in an open and collaborative and transparent framework, that was part of my work with Genia, where we are planning to create such a framework, right? So we believe that, it will be truly, truly revolutionary and will affect in precision medicine in a very positive way.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Payal, for that. I know we're out of time, so we don't have a concluding round here, but I will just conclude with one observation. So in preparing for this panel and talking to all these wonderful panelists, what really struck me was that, the field of precision medicine, frontier medicine, is not just being accelerated by the convergence of exponential technologies. That is truly obvious. But what it really is also the confluence of multiple disciplines. And so collaboration among multiple disciplines becomes absolutely critical here. So it's not just human-machine collaboration, but also that multidisciplinary collaboration that is truly going to not just push this frontier forward, but eventually make it accessible and better for humanity. So with that, I will conclude. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Mohan, for hosting us. Thank you, Dipti. And I will turn it back over to Mohan. Thank you all.
Thank you, Zinnia, and thanks to all of our precision medicine panelists. So much progress, and we've covered a lot of ground this morning. Next, we're headed towards Patient 360. I'd like to introduce Dwight French. He's a friend and he's a principal at the global healthcare practice for Red Hat. They're helping their customers drive innovation with modern IT infrastructure. We're excited to have them as a gold sponsor for the healthcare track this year. And I'll turn it over to Dwight to introduce the Patient 360 fireside chat. Over to you.
Wow, that was an impressive session. Thank you to the panelists for that inspiring glimpse into precision medicine, the future of therapeutics, and a more personalized cancer care experience with better outcomes. Hi, my name is Dwight French, and I'm a principal in the Red Hat Global Healthcare practice. As the world's leading provider of open source solutions and cloud native platforms, Red Hat shares Blue Shield of California's vision to transform healthcare through innovation. We're honored to be one of the partners in helping them realize this vision. You're going to hear about a future of care that is high tech and high touch, that is worthy of our family and friends, and sustainably affordable. Lisa Davis is an amazing technology leader, bringing her vast experience in business and technology expertise to healthcare. We couldn't be more excited to sponsor this session, where we're going to learn about the important work underway and an excellent opportunity for technologists to grow their careers and contribute to the largest sector in the US that everyone depends on to live our best lives. We're in great hands with Diane Brady, the assistant managing editor at Forbes. Diana has interviewed many of the world's leading business and political figures throughout her career and promises to moderate a lively and personal conversation with Lisa. Diane, please take it from here.
Thank you so much, Dwight. And hello, Lisa. I feel like I am in the cool kid club with this conversation. I can't wait, because I have to say, first of all, that you have one of the coolest backgrounds of a CIO that I've certainly seen. I just want to start off with that, if you don't mind, the fact that you were at the Joint Interagency Task Force in Key West, which I've read as the best known, least understood interagency success. How did you get there?
Well, thank you, Diane, and it's a pleasure for me to speak with you. You know, it's funny, my LinkedIn profile starts with Joint Interagency Task Force, but I actually started working for the government as a high school senior at Lakehurst Naval Air Engineering Center, where they were recruiting engineers to come work for the government. Well, worked through the government throughout college at Syracuse University as a computer engineering undergrad. And then I married a Navy guy, and I spent the first 5 years out of college in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba for 5 years. So I got to Key West in the Joint Interagency Task Force because my previous husband was stationed there. And interesting enough, I started my career trying to get back into technology after moving to Key West at that agency as a protocol officer. And a protocol officer works to arrange all of the VIP events, visiting congressmen and so forth, to come and learn about the agency. So that's how I got there. And it was a fascinating place because frankly, it was revolutionary in terms of how we were doing business. We had all of the three-letter agencies, intelligence agencies, FBI, CIA, DIA, you know, the whole alphabet soup. We had all of the military services, and we had all of the international community. And the mission of the task force started in '89 as drug interdiction, counter drug mission. And after 9/11, it became a counter illicit mission. And what was interesting is that they were trying to figure out in DC how this agency, the first of its kind, brought the intelligence and operations community together with the international community to solve counter drug problems and work together to solve the counter drug problem. And I eventually led all of the technology for the task force. I was there for many years. What was really terrific about it is that you were at the forefront of the mission, and you saw how innovation and technology really brought an impact, had an impact right away in terms of delivering results. So it was the first of its kind, and it was an extraordinary opportunity to play a role in leadership with technology.
What I love about that also with your US Marshals experience is it really gives you an interesting prism through which to look at healthcare. So, you know, let's jump ahead, you know, because you are, I think, a sector jumper, but yet you brought all of that intelligence and counterintelligence and, you know, expertise with you. What attracted you to Blue Shield, and how did you think your previous experience has sort of informed how you look at the sector?
Yeah, terrific. I never heard that sector jumper. I'm going to add that to my LinkedIn profile, Diane. Actually, I was attracted to healthcare. I had the opportunity to work with many healthcare companies, certainly in my role at Intel, when I was on the business side, leading data center group for enterprise and government. And I worked with CIOs in helping them to create their digital transformation strategies. And of all the sectors that I had the opportunity to work in, I think we all recognized that healthcare was a laggard in terms of digital transformation strategies and really driving innovation. So I wanted to work in a sector where I could have an impact, where I was at in my career. And I really loved the vision and the mission of what Blue Shield of California was trying to do. And that is to create a healthcare system that is worthy of our friends and family and transform the system into being holistic, personalized, and high tech and high touch. Little did I know, when I joined Blue Shield of California, 1 week later, we would go into completely virtual. I had to move the company.
Your timing was exquisite in that front.
Was the universe. I was supposed to be there.
What must have made you pivot? You know, in terms of your priorities, certainly, I know everybody had to. What did you do to change?
Well, to certainly drive transformation in a virtual, when you're completely virtual, that meant developing a strategy, hiring my entire leadership team virtually. I myself have been virtual for 2 years. In infusing skill sets and talent and attracting talent in a very difficult workplace today. All of those are very different components, doing them now virtually versus being on the ground and able to connect. So really building those relationships, partnerships, understanding the ecosystem, and applying what I've learned in those previous sectors where we know healthcare is a very complex ecosystem. Data interoperability, data sharing is at the core of some of the problems that we have to solve together. And those are very much the same problems that we faced in government, that we faced in academia, that we face in high tech. So it's great to have a broad, diverse set of experience. The technology is usually pretty much the same. We're all at different stages, depending what sector that you're in. But the opportunities and the problems that we're solving with technology are very applicable sector to sector.
It's interesting with healthcare. I mean, certainly, of course, during the pandemic, there has been a lot more attention to healthcare inequity with regard to outcomes with COVID, and certainly with regard to the healthcare workers and such. When you think about the consumers, I'm always struck by the fact that we will, give away our kids' social insurance numbers for a seat upgrade, but we get a little bit more on a need-to-know basis sometimes with our health insurers. Talk a little bit about that, because so much is based around trust, and as we get more data, how much we share.
Yeah, it's a core of certainly part of our strategy. Imagine if we created a healthcare system in which you as the customer, the payer, the insurer, and the doctor would share information. And we've proven that data shows that when people are vested in their healthcare and have the data to share, and there's transparency of the data, we actually get better health outcomes. And we can improve the experience as well as ultimately reduce the cost of healthcare. So, but you need to do that, of course, protecting your data, protecting privacy, but giving people the tools and capability and services they want in their healthcare system, very much as we now receive in retail or working with our financial institutions, those digital services and capabilities. So the pandemic really thrust it to the forefront. And frankly, it was a matter of saving lives, of how we would leverage digital services and capabilities to keep people healthy. And I had an opportunity to serve on California's vaccine task force for 6 months out of the year at the beginning of 2021. And it really taught me and showed me, Diane, front and center health inequities across the state of California. And part of our role as Blue Shield of California was to develop a performance framework, really to make sure that vaccine was being delivered to the most needy first, and to address health equity within the state of California. And it was an amazing experience, front and center, what healthcare is like in this country today, and it's not created equal for everyone. So that's what we're trying to do at Blue Shield of California.
It's interesting because that is another example of, I think about collaboration. I mean, healthcare is one of those industries where it's not just the speed of technology, it is the speed of policy. And I think about the customer experience and the degree to which there still feels sometimes like an acrimonious relationship between the consumer and the insurer. How do we address that? And is there a role with the collaboration, the partnerships? Do you think that anything has changed in terms of trying to make that more seamless?
Yeah, I think it's changing a lot. And the pandemic has even accelerated the need for that change in terms of the role of the insurer. You know, one of the things that I asked when I was considering coming to Blue Shield of California is, how does a health plan transform healthcare? And the answer the our CEO gave me was, Lisa, we've been in business for 80 years, over 80 years. If you can transform the system, you can transform the experience that we provide to our members, who are our customers, as well as all the providers in our network. And that was very compelling to me. So we are developing capabilities that not only improve that experience, that's front and center of everything we do, that customer centricity, how we interact with our members, how we interact with our providers, how do we change a sick care system to a healthcare system? And we know that data being at the center of that, whether it's your longitudinal patient health record, whether it's social determinants of health, your nutrition, where you live, the stress that you're under, you know, all of these data sets need to come together that present that holistic picture of who Diane is or who Lisa is in terms of health and wellness. And I think consumers are craving for that ability to manage their own health via digital tools and capabilities and get more involved. And I think the pandemic has made that even more paramount in people's lives.
Yeah, it's I think often about the degree to which we want to know our own health. Even in my own family, sharing genetic information, some people want to open it, some don't. You know, I want to talk a little bit about you as a leader, as an employer. I'd be remiss not to notice that you're in California, where you're competing with big tech startups. You know, there's so much competition already for IT talent. What have you done, or what can you do to make Blue Shield an employer of choice?
Well, I'm happy to report that we were just named by Forbes one of the top 100 companies in the country to work for. And there's
congratulations, it's a great list.
Yes, it's a great list, and I'm thrilled that we are on the list, and I certainly understand why we're on the list. And there's lots of different reasons. How do I attract talent? First of all, it's about the mission. We're a nonprofit. And frankly, Diane, I can't think of more important sector in which I would want to work, where an impact needs to be made. We're on the cutting edge of trying to transform a healthcare system. And that is number one, the mission orientation of Blue Shield of California, why people want to work here. Second of all, it's about our leadership philosophy, what we stand for, what we represent, our leadership behaviors. Why are we one of the top 100 companies to work for? We have 50% equity at the executive ranks for women. We have a female board chair, 50% equity on our board. that serves Blue Shield of California. We have an equal pay ratio between men and women. The list goes on in terms of the company that we are. But I also believe it's about leadership, and certainly the type of leadership that I am and how I go about attracting and retaining talent. And my leadership
Let's start with
is
attracting. How do you personally do a lot of outreach yourself?
Oh, yes, I do a lot of outreach myself, of course, with my own leadership team that's been hired, during the pandemic, engagement in interviews. When I put a leadership team together, it's kind of like creating a puzzle in terms of bringing diversity of thought and perspective, backgrounds to the table so that we can solve problems together and create that high performing team. But it's about establishing that foundation of trust and building relationships and partnership and people wanting to work there. We know people don't leave companies, they leave their managers. So, right, creating that right culture and leadership behaviors so that you can come in and do impactful work and you're going to be supported and empowered in the work that you do.
You know, I noticed that you have quite a background in fitness, and I think that any event like this, there's a lot of sense of the personal leadership, the personal inspiration. How important is that to you personally? It certainly makes you a good role model to be at a health insurer, but curious to know, like, what, not you have to give us your workout plan, I wouldn't mind, but it's not easy to maintain. And yet I was, it seems to be something that very much imbues your life.
Oh, it's a huge part of who I am. It has been, frankly, my entire career in terms
You're a
of
fitness instructor too, while you've been doing all this other
Well,
stuff.
I don't do it now, but I was a fitness instructor for 25 years as a side job because I'm passionate about fitness and health and wellness. That's another reason why I'm at a health company, is that I am passionate about health and wellness. But frankly, that's where my balance comes from. It makes me feel good about who I am, it's how I manage my stress. Love being outdoors is one of the reasons why I'm in California, whether it's hiking or biking. And I am a huge Peloton fan, so I have my Peloton bike. But it's an everyday activity for me, and it's just kind of part of who I am and what makes me who I am as a leader.
Do you want to talk a little bit about, we talk a lot about diversity, and as a woman who is a leader in the tech space, what do you think is the message that resonates? And because it's such an intractable problem, but yet it's one that you appear to have made great gains on, any advice you have to others out there as to what levers to use?
Yeah, this is a huge, frankly, Diane, it requires a call to action. We have less women in technology in the workplace than we had back in the 1970s. We're actually going backwards in terms of female CIOs and CEOs. And we're just not attracting women. And I've been passionate and working in this space for a long time throughout my career. And I know that we lose our girls starting in middle school. So, we have to look at the pipeline, and we have to go all the way back to middle school in terms of what is going to attract our young women to pursue careers in STEM or STEAM now. And to me, it's about role models. I was just at a conference last week. It was one of the first time I was at a conference in person in a long time. Of course, there was about 40 men, 5 women. And there were a couple of executives, I'll share a funny
Sounds like
story.
Alaska, just kidding.
From Paramount. And we said, you know what? We need a TV series, just like Grey's Anatomy, what Meredith Grey did for female doctors. We need a TV series to do that for female technologists, to attract our young women. So we're going to pursue this. Stand by for a new TV series about women in tech.
What character do you play?
I don't know what character I play. Of course, my daughter, who's at NYU, had lots of interesting ideas, which is I was a little concerned about. But I think we need more role models. We need to show our young women that technology isn't about coding in a room. It's about having an impact on the world and changing the world and showing all the different avenues. Every profession today has a tech component of it, no matter what it is. And be able to teach that and give them role models and show what can be done. There's so much more that needs to be done. And as you can see, I'm just a little bit passionate about this topic.
No, I think it's interesting, much the same as, you know, economics brought math to life for me. I think the execution of the technology and the impact does bring it to life for many of us, because it's intimidating when you think of it, you know, purely from a computer programming perspective. You know,
Yes.
as a leader, you know, I know we're winding up soon, but I am curious about your own North Star, or maybe even since you're now going on to a reality series, what is your superpower, do you think, as a leader? Putting you on the spot.
I've actually come to learn through my own reflection and frankly coaching that my superpower is actually my vulnerability. And it's interesting considering that I grew up 26-year career in Department of Defense, went over to academia, you know, highly male CIOs, high tech, nothing else is needed to say there. And actually what I'm so pleased about in healthcare is I see more women than I've ever seen in any of my career. So even though I am very results oriented, in how I engage with my team, it's about execution and delivering results. My vulnerability, my transparency, my honesty with my team and my partners and my peers is what I think my superpower is. And embracing that and sharing that is what I've continued to learn to do as a leader.
That's great. Do you have any final thoughts, Lisa, that anything you want people to take away and think about? Prediction, haiku, what's around the corner and on your radar?
Well, I'm going to go back to this notion now that we're coming out, fingers crossed, on the other end of this pandemic, is a term that we haven't used very often here of late, even though it originated in the 1970s, is about servant leadership. One of my favorite quotes is by Maya Angelou, is people will forget what they say, what you said, but they'll never forget how you made them feel. And I think our employees, people are craving for humanness, reconnection, being supported, feeling empowered. And this notion of servant leadership, authentic leadership, whatever term it is we want to use, I think is more relevant today than ever before. And when we do that as leaders, the opportunities, the value that we create cannot be surpassed. So I'll leave you with that thought.
I think that makes you the good guy in your upcoming reality series, or at least the role model. Thank you very much, Lisa. It's a pleasure to speak with you, and look forward to more data and certainly more drama to come.
Thank you, Diane. It's been a pleasure.
Wow, what a fantastic session. Thank you so much to Lisa, Diane, and Dwight for that inspiring discourse. I, for one, am looking forward to seeing what comes next from the collaboration of Blue Shield of California and Red Hat as they deliver their vision for Health Reimagined. My name's Rob Fitzpatrick. I'm the track manager for our Precision Care Unleashed session. It's my absolute pleasure to share the stage with these esteemed industry thought leaders. And a huge thanks to our audience for joining us today. Next up, we have an inspiring investment-based panel moderated by John Norris, the Managing Director of Silicon Valley Bank Healthcare and Life Sciences. John and his panel of esteemed venture capitalists will examine the key trends of the healthcare technology marketplace. John, please take it from here.
Hello, everyone. My name is John Norris, and I'm a Managing Director in Healthcare for Silicon Valley Bank. I want to thank Ty so much for having us put this panel together for you today. So a little bit about the bank. Silicon Valley Bank's been around for 40 years. We focus on working with technology and healthcare companies that have some sort of underlying secret sauce technology. And we have offices nationally in most technology hubs in the US, and also have a strong international presence in the UK, the EU, and in China. So I manage healthcare venture relationships for the bank and write the healthcare papers that we publish twice a year. So today, I'm really thrilled to have three investors that I work with their firms quite regularly here joining us for this investor panel to talk about what we're seeing out in the market. And I don't think that my introductions would probably do justice for the folks that we have here, so I'm going to let them introduce themselves. So maybe we'll just start with Dayton, and we'll go around the room, just a little bit of a background of your firm, your investments and stage focus, and then sort of an icebreaker of, what's the smallest check you or your firm has written in the past 3 years? What was the story around it, and what's the status update of that deal? And it can be pretty quick, but we'll start with Dayton, and we'll move around from there.
Thanks, John. Thanks for having me on the panel. So I'm with Deschung Capital. We're a 10-year-old life science investment firm. We have over $2 billion under management, offices in Menlo Park, California, New York, and also Shanghai. About 2/3 of our investments are in the biopharmaceutical field. We also invest in genomic tools and diagnostics. And really, we're looking for revolutionary technologies worldwide across all stages. We invest seed stage to public companies. John, question around the smallest check size. I'd say just on that, from a biopharma perspective, it's probably bigger than other seeds. I'd say our typical check size is probably in the $10 to $30 million range. So our seed stage is under 10, I'd say. One example, we invested in a company called Velos Bio, which is a company developing cancer therapies around an interesting target, ROR1. The seed really funded kind of typical seed stuff in terms of hiring folks, securing intellectual property licenses, but also IND enabling work such as manufacturing and getting ready for clinical development. So that's why our seeds are potentially a little more in the biopharma space. But yeah, the company went on to raise a Series A and a Series B round, and then after initial clinical data was subsequently acquired by Merck.
Yeah, fantastic exit. Thanks, Dave. Let's go over to Shahram, and you have a little bit of a different investment strategy, a lot more on the early stage side. So I'd love to hear focus of the firm and the smallest seed check you've written.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you for inviting me to TiE. Very excited to be here. I'm Shahram, the founder of Civilization Ventures. We've only been around for about 5 years, and we invest in 3 main verticals: synthetic biology and genetic engineering, digital health and artificial intelligence and healthcare, as well as genomics and diagnostics. We do some therapeutics as well if they fall under one of those umbrellas. I was an operator before starting the firm, so I come at this with operational and founding experience. Smallest check we've written, without giving you too many specific numbers to protect the privacy of the startups, probably is a sub $500,000 check we wrote for an amazing company called R0, and that's just because they didn't have that much space in the round. It was over allocated. We were lucky to get in through one of our close contacts, and that company is killing it. They basically have this interesting technology which has been around for a while in terms of the science, UVC technology to kill airborne pathogens. And of course, COVID gave birth to this company, and they started with this UVC system that you put in a room and kind of zaps all the pathogens around. Now they're working on air purification, roboticized systems, and I think it's one of the fastest growing companies I've ever seen. Tens of millions of revenues booked in the first 6 months, and now just knocking the cover off the ball. So we have common investors with them, including folks that are on the board of Tesla and other great companies. And that company is really, I think you're going to see a lot more of them, especially as COVID becomes more, and pathogens become more, normalized in a sense, but also we're more vigilant against these going forward. The company, again, is R0, R and then ZERO. They're doing well. I wish I would have invested more.
Awesome. Thank you, Shahram. And then Chirag, who I'd love to hear a little bit more. I know you have a focus on sort of digital health tech, and would love to hear more about yourself and Define.
Yeah, that's right. Jonathan, thank you for having me on, and to Shahram and Dayton, pleasure to be on the panel with you all. My name is Chirag. I'm a partner here at Define Ventures, and we are exclusively a digital health venture fund. So it's the only industry we touch, and we do it at the earliest stages. So seed, Series A, Series B is the majority of what we do. We've been around since 2018, and our smallest check when we were investing out of Fund 1 when our checks were definitely smaller, was into one of the first seed rounds of TIA. TIA is a full stack women's primary care provider. They started, frankly, as a direct-to-consumer company, built their first brick and mortar location in New York a couple of years ago, and have since expanded across the country to San Francisco, LA, Phoenix, and they've done that alongside major health systems across the country. That work culminated in them raising a $100 million round last summer, and they have continued to take their model and their product to a lot more cities. So we've been really, really fortunate and really, really proud to work with Carolyn, Felicity, and the entire team there. And it's been, one of the joys of me having been at Define since the very beginning.
Very cool. Thank you. And so, we're definitely going to ask about what the three of you think are exciting technologies that are out there and where you want to be putting your money. But I think it's also pretty interesting to, at this point in where we are in this, this fundraising and finance environment, to sort of talk about what's going on in the market right now. So if you think about sort of the flow of capital, 2019 to 2021, there's lots of capital available. The IPO market was very attractive, but around Q3 of 2021, you really saw a change to the negative in the public market. And now you're starting to see that cooling effect starting to present in the private market as well. So, as I looked at Q1 data, it still shows historically strong investment. I would sort of characterize it as maybe not quite as buoyant as we saw in 2021, but more active than we saw in 2020, which was the second best year besides 2021. But we've also sort of noted some smaller valuation step-ups from what we've seen before in biopharma, device, and DX tools. But also on the health tech side, startups actually still appeared to be historically strong in the terms of step-ups that we saw. So in the areas that you each operate the most, are you starting to see valuations come down in late stage? And then how do you think that's going to translate to the early stage market? Maybe we'll start, Dayton, with you on the biopharma side.
Yeah, I think, typically what we experience is that there's a lag in the public market valuations filtering down to the private markets. I would say one thing we are seeing on for later stage companies is probably less deals. Just that, if they're a later stage company, they don't need to raise money and they're going to maybe do a crossover round or an IPO. We're seeing companies probably hold off. So that's maybe the biggest change. I'd say companies that need to raise money, valuations are definitely being more scrutinized. And that's because the public valuations are more relevant, but we haven't really seen dramatic decreases. But I would expect as you get into the second half of this year, we're probably going to see a little more pressure on private valuations.
Gotcha. And Shahram, if you sort of think about DX tools as well as the health tech side, what are you seeing out in the market?
What you're asking is kind of the pivotal question of the year. I feel markets are down dramatically. As you know, you're the guru on these public market valuations. We're talking about 50 to 80, 90% across the board, whether it's Teladoc and digital health or, Natera and Guardant and diagnostics, not to mention every company in therapeutics practically. So we're seeing a sea change. I think a very healthy one that sets a correct level for valuations to be in line with kind of fundamentals. So I think it's a good thing. Unfortunately, I think it does take, as Dayton said, time for this to trickle down into the private markets. And it's Econ 101, is supply and demand. Valuations aren't just dictated by the exit market of IPOs or M&As. They're also dictated by supply and demand of capital. And a lot of funds have been raised, and these dollars are chasing too few deals still. And so, when you still have Matrix and Insight and all the big funds on the East Coast, PE shops now coming into earlier stage investments, not to mention the SoftBanks of the world, you're going to see valuations continue to hold in the private markets. I just, a little plug for a show on Apple Plus called We Crashed. Highly recommended for those that like these types of series. And it exemplifies everything that's wrong with kind of venture capital, which is people setting valuations in a vacuum. Obviously less common in biotech, where there's a lot of discipline and diligence. But at the end of the day, inflated valuations are inflated valuations. And whether it's SoftBank setting a 47 valuation for WeWork that was reset to 9, or every public company that's now reset in the private markets as well. However, the thing I want to say, John, is that I think there will be a flight towards quality. So I don't think valuations will be down across the board for the best companies. I think the kind of mediocre companies will get trashed when it comes to valuations. They won't be able to raise capital. They'll do down rounds. But I think the top 5% will continue exactly as they have before, because it'll become even more evident that those are the winners, and you can't afford not to be in those. And so all of the dollars will start chasing those deals based on the data.
Interesting. And Chirag, I guess to Shahram's point, you could sort of talk about sort of health tech and say, of the deals that I did see where there was valuation information, the step-ups were pretty strong, but maybe those were the strongest companies that actually had the ability to brave a tougher financing environment and go out and raise money with a significant interest out there. But what are you really seeing out there on the health tech side on valuation?
Yeah, so interesting enough, I think it's a little bit of both of what Dayton and Shahram are seeing. I think for us, where I definitely agree is that the companies who are the cream of the crop, nothing's really changing too much for valuation for them. I think they're still going to be able to raise at higher rounds. And I think that's been shown time and time again. I think the other view I'd put on this, though, is the shifts seem to be more dramatic for certain types of business models and consumer and customer endpoints than for others. If you were to, at a very basic level, draw a line between, let's say, companies who are taking full risk on members, whether it's the Oscars and the Brights and the V2s of those companies, or companies that are pure SaaS, pure software, or companies that are generating fee-for-service revenue, I think there's very different value implications for all of those kinds of organizations. And so I think the rebound for all those companies is similarly going to follow a very different track. So for us, what we're looking at is, what is the quality of the revenue that these companies have? How sticky is it? Are they embedded in their enterprise contracts? Are they getting payer reimbursed for their services? Or is it pure direct to consumer? And there's going to be effect and a flow through from a potential recessionary environment. So I think for us, we tend to cross what we're seeing in the valuation side with where the revenue is coming from these companies, because we think that has a large impact on the stability of that dollar over the next 12, 18 months.
Interesting. And I think, Shahram was talking a little bit about my next question, which was really around these late stage investors, folks that are your non-traditional folks, either they're private equity folks coming down into venture, or their hedge funds, or their sovereign wealth, or a lot of the bigger rounds at the high valuations seem to be led by these folks that are just not your traditional venture investors. And what's interesting to see in Q1, while I think everyone would expect there to be less deal volume from those folks, some people thought that those folks would just exit the market completely in terms of new deals, but we didn't necessarily see that. Just wondering, Chirag, maybe we'll start with you in terms of your perspective on working with these investors, and what type of activity are you seeing now, and what are you expecting to see, not only for new investments, but how do you think, they'll think about supporting their companies, when that next round might not be the IPO, it may be another private round?
Well, you bring up a critical point. You're bringing up a critical point, which is when you have this much capital, especially from hedge funds or $20 million funds, and for them a $200 million VC fund is kind of a sideshow. They have to, and they've already hired the teams. They now have to deploy the capital. Where is that going to end up? I guess two thoughts on that. One is, even when there's a flight to quality, for example, the leading digital health companies like Hinge, Omada, it's still incredibly important for them to be disciplined on valuation, because they won't go public if they're not. If you're doing a $6 billion raise from Tiger and you're only doing $100 million in revenues, you're in trouble, because there's absolutely no metric to support that as an IPO. And so you just won't go public, because the investors don't want to lose their liquidation preference in a public market. They'll just support an M&A, and that's going to freeze up a lot of the kind of late stage companies. Those that were more modest in terms of how they approached investors, less aggressive, are going to benefit, because they'll actually be able to go public. There'll be an alignment of interests. I think the PE shops on the East Coast, some people call it dumb money. I don't call them that. I think it just depends on the actual shop. That just come in, kind of bull in a china shop, throw capital at it because it seems like an attractive asset class that they've missed out on for 10 years. They're not going to have the same discipline as a DeChang or as some of my peers here, where they've been around, they understand the market, they know the exit environment. These guys just, are aggressively getting into the rounds, right? So if you're Tiger, you brute force your way in. So I think that'll continue. And I think that it'll be up to the founders to show the discipline to take the capital on the right terms for their own benefit, to maintain their optionality on an IPO or other things and not just optimize for valuation. As a founder, I've been in that game many times myself, and there's a delicate balance. So I think you're going to see a pretty big shakeout. I think the big funds will suffer the most, the big PE shops.
Okay,
and
Chirag,
yeah.
Yeah, and Chirag, on your side, when you sort of think, and obviously these late stage investors have a thesis that they're coming into these deals, maybe at a valuation you could say is frothy, but they have a thesis of how they think things are going to go. And so what's your assessment of sort of the health tech market right now and these late stage investors and where things are going to go from here?
Yeah, I think what we've seen is that the folks in the category that you're talking about have definitely become a lot pickier. That thesis in terms of where they're spending their time has narrowed dramatically. And I sort of go back to the types of models that have suffered because of public market valuations. So are they willing to take risk on companies that have strong enterprise revenue with a pretty sticky base behind it? Yeah. Are they willing to take risk on entirely new models that haven't been tested or that have gotten hammered in the public markets? Probably not. So what we've seen is that, that capital can be very, very effective and very valuable in the right places. That we encourage founders to think about, look, when things go sideways, who do you really want on your board and on your cap table? Do you want investors who are there, when good times are great, or do you want investors who are going to be there for you irrespective of that, and who are going to help you get those enterprise contracts, help you strike those deals, and help you think about where you put your money and your time, not only when things are going great, but also when things maybe aren't. So we think there's definitely the right time and the right place for that, and that sentiment has certainly evolved over the last 12 months.
Yeah, and then on the biotech side, Dayton, I think it's interesting. I try and track these top crossovers, which are sort of, not, like an RA Capital or a Fidelity or, an Invus, et cetera. These late stage investors that are doing a lot of these MES rounds on the biotech side, I've been tracking their status on doing new deals on a quarterly basis. It was interesting to me to see you saw a pretty wholesale decrease every quarter in 2021. Based on, I think you could say it's very, very correlated to how the public market was going. But even in Q1 of this year, you saw similar activity to what we saw in Q4, which I sort of take as almost an optimistic note of, these folks are still looking to do new deals, and they're doing these new deals with the idea that there is an IPO market out there. And maybe it's one that is under pressure right now, but there's still an IPO market. So how do you sort of think about the late stage investors? Obviously, you guys are a lot of early stage investment in biopharma. So, interacting and leveraging and partnering with these folks is obviously an important part of the ecosystem and your sort of thesis. Where do you see things going, or what's the state of the market now, and where do you think things are going to go?
Yeah, no, I think, it's interesting, the trends you mentioned kind of decreasing. I think the other trend that would be interesting to think about is time between crossover round and IPO, because I think that time horizon is going to increase and increase, whereas before you might see a crossover round and then immediately flip into an IPO. I think the expectations need to be that that's not going to happen here right now. So you may very well see same investors doing deals. I think we're seeing less of those deals, but it sounds like you saw same amount as Q4, but that sounds probably about right, because it had already been coming down throughout the year. But I think the expectations, and as long as everyone, both investors and company, are working from the same mindset of kind of how they're thinking about the next financing. It was a little bit about what Chirag was saying, in terms of expectations, and as long as folks are on the same page and realistic in terms of the timing, I think it all can work out fine. I think right now, well, I think you're right that there very well could be still IPOs that are going to happen this year, and I think that's right. It just may take longer between rounds, and you need to actually achieve the milestones, fundamental milestones, before taking that next step.
Yeah, no, thanks, Dave. Now I'll put a pin in that discussion on sort of how you think about financing these biotech companies, because I want to get back to that. But maybe first, let's sort of transition over to more on the health tech, digital health side, and we'll start with Chirag. obviously you have extensive background in health tech, and I'm just wondering, did you expect to see sort of this full-scale embracement of virtual hybrid care that we saw over the past few years when the pandemic first presented? To me, it feels like that was really opened up a ton of new opportunities in this field. Did you sort of, and I know that there's been a lot of focus on trying to get folks to embrace that model for a long period of time. Were you surprised to see, sort of the flurry of investment and the embracement of the model as much with what we've had to deal with? And obviously there's a lot of really tough things that go along with the pandemic, but if you try and look for some silver linings out there, I mean, I think this might be one of them. So was this kind of what you had expected as you sort of saw the pandemic sort of start to develop in terms of people staying away from the hospital, et cetera?
Yeah, Jonathan, I think it's a great question. And where I completely agree is that the speed of the adoption was certainly the most interesting part. By nature of our role, we tend to work with, as I'm sure most of you do, health systems, payers, life sciences organizations, providers, employers, right? All these different constituents in healthcare who become critical to our ecosystem. And because of where Define sits as far as the adoption curve of these products, we tend to work with some of the most forward-thinking organizations that there are across all of those different customer sets. And for them, these technologies that we've now all grown quite accustomed to were par for the course. They were already doing virtual and hybrid care. They were already thinking about how to manage chronic conditions in a vertical way using providers in the full stack model. They were already doing virtual and hybrid clinical trials, right? None of that stuff was new to them. I think where a lot of the adoption and the change in perspective really happened was on that we'll call like the second tier of adopters, the ones who may have taken 3, 5, 10 years to utilize these new technologies, who saw their peers truly accelerating and frankly thriving to some degree in this environment. And they pushed up all those buying cycles. They pushed up everything that they normally would have taken a lot more time to do. And what was exciting for us, and Jonathan, to your point about silver lining, I think if COVID taught the world anything about our healthcare ecosystem, is that when pressed, it can move quickly. And I think it certainly had in the last couple of years. So, while no one could have predicted this kind of event and the magnitude of the kind of event it was, where we felt particularly encouraged was on the speed of adoption for that second and third tier folks who normally may have taken a bit more time, but saw that evidence and saw how valuable these products can be in a much shorter period of time.
Yeah, and maybe to put that into more of the investor specific question, if you think about sort of what the opportunity is, and Shahram, I'm going to come to you in a second to get your perspective on that area as well, but I'll stick with Chirag on this one. As you think about sort of where valuations are for companies right now, what does the next 12 to 15 months look like? Are there going to be massive down rounds? Are these companies well capitalized enough to at least get through into next year? Will there be more insider rounds as sort of the investors sort of circle up the wagons and just kind of push folks maybe a little bit too far ahead of what their valuation is? They haven't caught up to it yet. What do you think is going to happen next year and a half?
Yeah, so my perspective is that I think for most companies that raised capital in, let's call it 2020 and 2021, and they raised enough to get through the next 12-ish, 18 months, so maybe into late 2022, early 23, I think the question is going to be not whether you've raised enough, but more so, did you raise enough to get through the milestones that you want to hit for your next valuation? I think from a total capital raise point of view, most of those companies will probably be fine because they won't need to raise until call it 12 months from now. And those companies, I think the bigger question is, did you set your valuation at a point where the milestones you're going to be able to hit over these next year are achievable? That's sort of crop one. Crop two are the companies who maybe raised in 19 and 20 and are coming up for air now, need to raise right now. And I think investors are looking at those companies in slightly different ways, right? We don't have the same sort of timelines, momentum, as we already talked about, that we did last year. And so I think that most successful, most impressive companies still will be able to raise in this kind of environment. But I think for the most part, it will take a little bit more time. And so those are the two camps that I tend to look at. And it's really more around how achievable are all your milestones for this coming raise, rather than, what was the amount, what was the valuation? It's more about, can you actually get to market in the speed that you thought you could?
Yeah, excellent. And Shahram, maybe for your perspective, what opportunities in health tech are most interesting to you? What, if anything, has changed over the last year, and sort of what's your assessment? Similar questions to you, and then maybe have sort of value creation expectations changed because of the financing environment we're in now, or has that sort of remained the same? Sort of interested for maybe some of the later stage companies you're looking at.
I'll start in reverse order, John. I think expectations have changed. I think, we have several companies that are working with bankers. They were anticipating IPOs, maybe this year, and now it's late 2023. The markets are scrutinizing companies more rigorously than before for obvious reasons. And the last cycle of venture capitalists, pumping and dumping, throwing money into companies, taking them public, saying they're great, and then selling their shares for it all to crash. That's over because all the companies are down 80%. Retail investors have woken up to what's going on here, and I think that's a good thing. So there's a lot more discipline. You have to have real revenues, real margins, real stickiness, as Chirag was saying earlier, with your revenues to be able to survive. I do think, unfortunately or fortunately, that we're still in a glut of capital. There's still a historic amount of capital chasing deals that I think will lead to a lot of overvalued. I mean, every day I read Fierce Biotech or Rock Health or some other newsletter, and I see what I think are severely overvalued companies raising way more capital than they need, and not because they're wisely choosing milestones to hit, as Chirag correctly outlined, should be their goal, but because capital is available, it's on great terms, and people are just pushing money on them. And that's just going to continue. The money is there. People have jobs at VCs. They have to invest and survive. And so I think that's going to dictate what happens. So it is actually more challenging to be an investor, to try to really find the companies that are disciplined, that are not overvalued, that have real businesses. Obviously, therapeutics is different. It's just really about milestones and data. But with respect to health tech and companies that generate revenues in the short term, you have to just be, I think, a lot more rigorous and try to find those needles in the haystack where other investors, for whatever reason, overlooked it. And wow, the valuation makes them. We actually have several of those companies in our portfolio, fortunately, in my humble opinion, that have some very strong revenues, growing 50 to 100% year over year, very sticky, real products, and they're not valued at 100 times their revenues. And oftentimes, you'll find these companies are in the Midwest or in areas where the hype machine of founders isn't at its peak. They're not coming out of Y Combinator. They're not talking to PE shops in New York where hedge funders are throwing money at them, and they're just more humble. I think those are the opportunities that will generate returns. Not sure if I answered your question, John, but that's
it's great context. And I think we're probably going to finish up with a lightning round, asking each of you what you're most interested in your particular sector for new deals and what areas are really attractive. But before we do that, I wanted to just go back to Dayton around biopharma, because I think, when you think about the cooling of the public market, does that change the current investment strategy that you have in terms of how much and when you want to be raising capital on the early stages? Does it make you want to think about playing for an M&A versus raising that mezz round to get ready for an IPO, and what the timing looks like there? And maybe on the following area, on top of that, what are the most interesting areas for you on biopharma? And how are you thinking about that sector right now?
Yeah, no, I think, from an investment strategy standpoint, it doesn't change much. We typically do look at it from an M&A thesis perspective. We know that this sector is very tuned to cycles, so we know the IPOs come and go. And so, we definitely plan for M&A versus really focusing on liquidity through an IPO. So, we try to structure our financing from the outset to, make sure we can build value and de-risk programs, and hopefully lead to, a number of, future funding options, for the company, rather than specifically relying on an IPO. In terms of areas that we're interested in, we're looking at things that can address major diseases such as oncology, immunology. We look across different modalities, more so than just small molecules or antibodies. We'll look at cell therapy, gene editing as well, or even takes on antibodies, bispecific antibodies or antibody drug conjugates, for example. So we'll look across modalities, and really we're looking at disease areas that are really the key unmet medical needs.
Gotcha. Now that's super helpful, and yeah, this has been an amazing panel. And maybe as we sort of are parting shots, what are the 2 or 3 areas that you're most interested in when you think about your early stage investment thesis across the different sectors that you're working with? We'll start with Chirag and we'll work our way around.
The areas that we're most interested in, that's the question?
Yes.
Yes, for us, as Dayton was saying, gene and cell therapies, in particular RNA and DNA editing tools that are novel, that are differentiated, that have strong IP protection and can really move the needle on rare disease. Those are 2 areas that I find very interesting currently.
Awesome. And Chirag?
Yeah, so for us, or at least for me, a couple areas that I really would love to see more solutions. One is in the employer segment, thinking about companies that can aggregate multiple solutions into one or fewer buying decisions for the benefits leader. So not having to pick and choose between 50 different vendors to address 50 different clinical conditions. I think in the payer and provider segment, organizations that are helping physicians either see more patients without doing more work, or be able to generate more revenue off of the existing patient base, whether that means getting into at-risk contracts, whether that means supplementing the physician's work with other tools and services. You can do it a couple different ways, but those are just a couple of the ones that we're particularly excited about.
Thank you so much. And this has really been an informative panel from my perspective. Thank you again to Ty to allowing us to put this together for everyone. And again, thanks to our panelists for a great session. And we'll turn it back over to the conference. Thank you.
John, that was fantastic. Not only did we hear what the VCs are betting on and not betting on, we also got good predictions of the future in this really volatile world. So I appreciate everything that you asked there, and really impressed with the responses. Next, we're going to Dipti for this year's Pandemic Leader Award. Dipti.
Hi, I'm Dipti Desai, board member and TiE Silicon Valley and convener for TiEcon 2022. It is my pleasure to present this leadership award to Prat Vemana, CDO of Kaiser Permanente. Just like TiE, Kaiser Permanente is an organization that serves the community. Prat and the Kaiser Permanente team have worked on the front lines when our country and the world were under siege by COVID. Throughout the pandemic, they worked with agility in technology adoption and process implementation, keen listening to the needs of the community, and a sense of urgency and commitment to execution, without which we would not have been able to be as safe as we are today. We are saddened by those we have lost and celebrate those that have survived. In honor of your disruptive leadership and in gratitude for keeping our Bay Area and the community across the US safe, TiE Silicon Valley salutes you and recognizes your service through this well-deserved leadership award. Thank you, Prat, for making this happen.
Thank you, Dipti. It's an honor and a privilege to be receiving this award. It is a true representation of the hard work that went at the front lines of the pandemic. I also want to commend TiEcon for the work that you've done to bring the leaders all along to keep this collaboration going. This award truly is dedicated to the frontline workers who braved themselves being in the hospitals when nobody was afraid to even go in. They were wearing the PPEs and they were wearing masks for all day and braving to be there away from their families to take care of the patients. I remember an occasion where we had our physicians and care teams seeing patients in the parking lots. Really, it is a heartwarming scene to see that they put themselves out there. I also think this award belongs to our technology teams who worked hard to get thousands of our physicians and care team workers up online and be ready for other people who needed the care as well. And the remote workforce, global remote workforce that got enabled so that we don't stop anything, continue to provide the care so that we can continue to save the lives. So really, it's an honor, it's a pleasure. And thank you for TiEcon for recognizing the work at Kaiser Permanente.
Wow, we've covered a lot of ground today. I think it's fair to say when Daniel Kraft opened today and said COVID has been the chief transformation officer for all of healthcare, I saw that resonate through every single panel and perspective we heard. That said, no one would have wished a pandemic. It has, however, created the transformation much needed, and the dislodging of historical ways of doing things in healthcare are now behind us. We started looking at that future and bringing it back to the present. The future is now is the feeling that I got listening to Daniel, that not only were those emerging technologies, but many of them were live and active in the world right now. As he put it, it's here, just not evenly distributed yet. We then talked through data and the provider and the payer perspectives, precision medicine and all the shifts that we're seeing in that landscape, including radical acceleration of that front and the power and the potential of things like quantum computing. The patient 360 and the payer lens on this opportunity and how it too is accelerating and thinking about delivery of care in new and novel ways. And last, we heard from the VC community where we've got inspiration around where are bets being placed in healthcare and what are we shying away from, and how is this going to look in a world where there isn't as much activity in terms of really hot moving capital in the system, but rather opportunities to be more selective and a bit of a correction based on what we were hearing there. I want to thank all of our panelists, the VC panelists, precision medicine panelists, leaders like Daniel Kraft, Prat, Abhinav, Lisa, Dwight, and the entire TiEcon team for bringing this together today. I realize we went a little long, and I hope you too feel it was worth it. The ask of the crowd would be to take action, to find yourself connected to some of the folks that you heard from today, to make forward progress, perhaps start a company in one of these spaces, and definitely put your hat into supporting what is really purpose-built work using some of the most modern technologies in the world. I want to thank TiEcon for allowing Mohan and I to co-chair this health track. It's been an honor and a privilege, and we look forward to hearing from all of you moving forward. Take care. Have a great day.